the Weather Underground special extended live coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Hurricane Hunter aircraft, they're back in the air tonight investigating the storm, now moving north into the Gulf of Mexico and strengthening. Communities along the U.S. Gulf Coast bracing for landfall later this weekend. We're going to take you to the areas most at risk, including Louisiana, where a state of emergency has been issued.
Well, and as we've been stressing this week, significant effects are likely well outside Cristobal's forecast. A hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, breaking down each and every threat for you, from dangerous storm surge to deadly rip currents to inland flooding. Plus, that right there is a dangerous, severe thunderstorm, and we've got more happening right now. We're showing you who's at risk for damaging winds and hail and where that threat for tornadoes is increasing through the weekend. It's all coming your way next on Weather Underground. And thanks for being with us tonight on an extended edition of Weather Underground, with you live until 9 Eastern. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. All eyes on the Gulf as Tropical Storm Cristobal advances northward. Mike, we've got a lot of areas to watch.
Oh, absolutely. We got everything covered for you tonight. Of course, we've got our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. He's the former director of the National Hurricane Center with us tonight, keeping you updated on what's going to happen for us tonight. Dr. Knapp, a lot of different places that we're watching, but you've got the new advisory tonight.
Yeah, now this is an intermediate public advisory. This is not an updated track and intensity forecast, but it is an update on the strength and the pressure and the motion and the location and all of that. And it's benefiting from NOAA hurricane hunters that have been inside the system, and they're still finding the maximum sustained winds at 40 miles an hour, pressure down a little bit to 998 millibars. That's portending a gradual strengthening process as it moves across the Gulf of Mexico over the next couple of days. Moving north at 13, boy, that's a change from the last several days, isn't it? Finally moving, but of course, bad news is it's moving in our direction, but it's given the folks in Mexico and Central America a reprieve from all of this rainfall. Inside of 500 miles south of the Louisiana coastline, that's the center, but the winds of tropical storm force extend out some 240 miles to the northeast of the center. So the NOAA hurricane hunters have been finding a broad area of surface winds near that tropical storm force threshold. So that's characteristic of a large tropical storm, and because it's large, probably not going to strengthen really quickly, but because it's large, it's going to bring a lot of hazards over a long period of time. Long duration rain, a big storm surge producer for a tropical storm, and it's going to last a long time after it makes landfall. So see, here's the center circulation, but look at how far out that weather extends off to the northeast. We've even had some flooding rains in portions of the Florida Peninsula today. So you're going to see the weather going downhill way before the center comes ashore. This track and intensity forecast will be updated at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 Central, but this is what we got at 5 Eastern time. 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm offshore Sunday afternoon, and then making a long path over the center of the country in the Mississippi Valley as the large system takes a long time to spin down and brings a lot of rainfall way inland, even up into the Midwest. 5 p.m. Eastern today, the tropical storm warnings went up, so we're inside of 36 hours for when those tropical storm conditions will arrive. New Orleans, you're in it for the wind threat, and because of the large size, we're going to have the tropical storm force winds perhaps arriving late tomorrow night into early Sunday. And that's before landfall of the center, maybe late on Sunday into early Monday. So you might have almost a day between the arrival of the bad weather and landfall of the center. And we've got a storm surge warning there in southeast Louisiana outside of the risk reduction system. Does not include New Orleans, but it does include extreme southeast Louisiana, portions of the Mississippi coast all the way to Biloxi. Storm surge watch, possibility of life-threatening saltwater flooding in the Florida Big Bend area. If you're in these areas and local officials tell you to evacuate, you gotta go. 3 feet of storm surge flooding can easily be life-threatening. So that's the only way to stay safe from that is to get out. Now, look at the size of the system dominating the Gulf of Mexico in the European model tomorrow. You can see how far northeast the weather extends, and all of that onshore flow on the east side is why we're going to get so much of a storm surge threat and a rip current threat, and why it's going to be a long duration rain event for a place like New Orleans. That rain will last well into Monday. The onshore flow will last into Monday. And so we've got flood alerts for Florida into tomorrow night, and we've got a flash flood watch for Baton Rouge in New Orleans. That lasts until Tuesday, Mike.
All right, Dr. Knapp, we know a gorgeous day today in Alabama. You take a look at Orange Beach here. A few clouds out there. there. Water looks fantastic. Beach sand is inviting. But we know that the rip current danger is going to be really elevated the next several days. Maybe one of those hidden dangers that people really need to be aware of because their guard could be down.
Yes, and this hazard has taken so many lives in past tropical systems, even tropical storms and depressions. And the deadliest combination is when the weather isn't all that bad, but the onshore flow is really strong. So today we've already got a high rip current risk in the Florida Panhandle, for example, because we're starting to get those isobars pointing the wind toward the coastline. It's piling up the water in the Gulf of Mexico, and we've got this high risk of rip currents today, tomorrow, Sunday, even into Monday for the coasts of Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle, all the way down to include the Tampa area. And Mike, if you look at the forecast here, you get a couple of concerns that come to my mind anyway, is with the system off to the west on Sunday, you know, maybe the weather won't always be really bad on the Florida Panhandle coast, but you're going to have the strong onshore flow. That's a danger for rip currents. And then Monday, the system's way inland, but you still got an onshore flow into the Panhandle, and the weather's getting better. That's when people might head to the beach and think it's okay.
You know, you think about this, a lot of people, you know, on summer vacation now, Dr. Nab, they're at the beach, and if the weather's stormy, they get a window. I mean, the first thing they want to do is say, okay, let's get out there, let's get in the water. That's going to be, you know, ill-advised.
Absolutely, and you've got to pay attention to what the lifeguards say, but I would suggest just in the Florida Panhandle area, just don't go into the water more than ankle deep, and you know, the weather's not going to be all that great a lot of the time anyway. You don't want to be out on the roads going to and from places. It's just a bad time to be at the beach and out and about, and when the global models are consistent in showing this onshore flow lasting into Monday, I'm really concerned about Monday after the storm has made landfall, and there's a historical precedent for being concerned about something like that. I want to show you just quickly a past tropical storm in the Gulf of Mexico in June. It was named Colin. It took this path, and it was once it left North Carolina and was still causing an onshore flow into the Florida Panhandle when we lost 3 people. They died in rip currents in the Florida Panhandle when the storm was gone.
Just have to be smart about this. Talk to the lifeguards. They'll know best, that's for sure. Dr. Nab, thank you for more on that. We'll talk a little bit more about the other specifics of the storm and the dangers that it'll pose, but I want to talk specifically about the rip current danger. The flags at the beach can be really good indicators of what the water's doing. A green means you're good to go. There are no hazards out there. Yellow means rough water with high surf or rip currents, and swim only where there are lifeguards. Red, basically you want to stay out of the water here. It means serious hazards, dangerous surf and currents, and avoid the water. If you're not a strong swimmer, just stay out of the water at all. Life-threatening conditions is swimming prohibited when you have double red. The beach is closed. So again, closed beach, dangerous conditions, caution, and all clear. Dr. Nab was saying, if you really want to be in the water, just kind of dip your toes more than anything else. Don't let the kids in the water, and don't turn your back to the water at all. If you look at the rip current facts in this country, over 30,000 rescues happen in the U.S. every single year because of rip currents. Sometimes they're very hard to recognize, and when you get caught in one, you can just end up panicking. Often happens in just, you know, moderate waves, something maybe you'd body surf in, 2 to 3 footers. Greatest threat is when those waves are moving straight in, really perpendicular to the beach. You look at the rip current deaths that we had last year, they span across the country, really. Oregon, California, Texas, the most in Florida. It's where we have really fantastic beaches, and so many people go there. The beaches in North Carolina as well have been a hot spot, but even, folks, on the Great Lakes, we had one in Michigan. We had 2 in Indiana last year, so the danger is often there, even just large bodies of water that aren't oceans. So waves break over sandbars, in essence, is how this works. That water creates a pressure gradient. The water up at the shore then rises, and it's got to escape back out. So what's it do? Well, it cuts basically a channel through that sandbar. As the currents then converge and go outwards very, very quickly, you end up getting caught in that current, and out you go with it. And the last thing you want to do is try to swim against it. If you can, float up on top. Just float. Don't bother swimming. Just go out with it. You're going to go out with the current, and then just swim away from it once the current starts to weaken some. If you can't do that, then just swim truly parallel to the beach. It may only take a few swim strokes to get you out of that rip current. Could save your life, but the ultimate thing is here, don't panic. That's when we get ourselves into trouble. Alex, sometimes even very strong swimmers panic in that moment and they find themselves drowning, unfortunately.
Yeah, Mike, it can be scary because when you let it pull you away from the shoreline, you might go out farther than you deem comfortable. But as he said, just let it carry you. That's one of the best things you can do. The governor of Louisiana, Governor John Bel Edwards, held a press conference earlier today to urge residents in his state to prepare.
We continue to believe that the greatest threats will be heavy rainfall and flash flooding, river flooding, with minor to moderate coastal flooding as well due to storm surge.
And storm surge warnings, storm surge watches posted along portions of Louisiana and Mississippi, that brighter shade of pink where we have the warning, the watch down near Grand Isle, also over into that very vulnerable Big Bend area of Florida. Dr. Knapp?
It has been a very long week in southern Mexico and Central America. Flooding rains that have turned deadly. And now large tropical storm Cristobal is going to make its move across the Gulf of Mexico this weekend, bringing to our coastline and to inland areas a number of wind and especially water impacts. One of them is storm surge. It's saltwater flooding coming onto normally dry ground. One of the reasons we're so vulnerable in the Gulf of Mexico is the shape of the coastline. I mean, look at that concave shape that allows it to behave kind of like a catcher's mitt and captures the water that is pushed northward on the east side of the storm. But even more than that, we have this very wide continental shelf. The distance between the beach and when it finally starts getting deep is very wide. And so when the water is pushed toward the coastline, it's more apt to continue on and go on to normally dry ground. A more narrow continental shelf, we'd be seeing more breaking waves at the coastline. So we're very vulnerable throughout the entire Gulf of Mexico to storm surge. Now, you throw a large tropical storm into the mix, you don't even need a hurricane to produce life-threatening saltwater flooding. Watch how large this system is going to be, and it's going to be lopsided with most of the winds and the water on the east side. Look at that distance between the center of circulation and the west coast of Florida. It's going to be this expansive wind field, a long fetch, pushing the salt water northward into the north central and northeastern Gulf of Mexico. A lot of big waves out in the Gulf, large swells propagating northward, and then when the system gets close to landfall, if the onshore push is timed with high tide, that's when we could have a maximum in storm surge flooding that could exceed that roughly 3-foot threshold where it's life-threatening. Now, because of the large size of the system, we're going to see persistent onshore flow that could create some amount of saltwater flooding all the way from Louisiana down to the southwest coast of Florida. But the areas that we're most concerned about would be southeast Louisiana and portions of the Mississippi coastline and that oh so vulnerable Big Bend area of Florida where the waters are so shallow and it just catches the water with the shape of that coastline. Now, what do you do in the face of these storm surge and coastal flooding hazards? You get out when local officials tell you to go. Alex?
Yeah, really, really important to remember that. We look at the forecast for Cristobal, and you can see portions of Alabama, Florida, I'd say Pensacola to Apalachicola, somewhere in that zone expecting a storm surge of 1 to 3 feet. We up the ante as we get into that vulnerable Big Bend area, 2 to 4 feet of surge expected somewhere in that zone. And the greatest risk would be focused over into eastern portions of Louisiana. Again, this does not include the New Orleans area, and then up to Biloxi. 3 to 5 foot surge there.
All right, Mike? Alex, thank you. Biloxi, of course, one of those places where storm surge could be an issue. Meteorologist Felicia Combs brings us the latest.
I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Biloxi, Mississippi, specifically in the Small Craft Harbor in Biloxi, actually the oldest harbor in the city. What you see behind me here, those are shrimping boats and fishing boats, and this weekend was supposed to be a very big deal for those boats. It was supposed to be the blessing of the fleet, but that has been postponed right now until next weekend. That officially marks kind of the beginning, the kickoff of shrimping season, but as you'll notice, that's not what we're seeing at all. We're not seeing boats kicking off. We're seeing boats tied down here in the harbor, and as they should be, as now this area is under a tropical storm warning and storm surge warning. Biloxi, in case you don't know, kind of surrounded on 3 sides by water. We've got the Bay of Biloxi, and then we've also got the Gulf of Mexico just past this barrier island that you see here, and that is going to be one of the things that we have to deal with in terms of the possibility for storm surge. Now, Biloxi, absolutely no stranger to flooding. In fact, Hurricane Hurricane Barry took nearly the same path that's predicted for Cristobal last year and brought quite a bit of flooding to this area. Now, we are going to be on the east side of the storm, and this storm has been a heavily easterly loaded storm. So while Biloxi not in the cone, still going to be feeling those impacts. This is going to be a big rain maker for the Biloxi area and also a big storm surge maker, especially for those low-lying flood-prone parts of the city. So while the weather has been absolutely beautiful for our Friday, changes are coming. I do expect the weather here to begin deteriorating as we head into Saturday night, and then the worst of it will be Sunday and into Sunday night as the storm is approaching. We are going to have that possibility for some tropical storm force winds, but again, the big issues with Cristobal here are going to be the storm surge, inundation possible, and the heavy flooding rains. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Felicia. And our live coverage continues with Mike Seidel. He's in Grand Isle, Louisiana. Mike.
Hey, Mike Bettis back here. Beautiful evening at the beach. But you know what's coming. Cristobal, mandatory evacuation kicks in tomorrow morning. Surf is gradually increasing. We're going to see the wave heights by Sunday as high as 15 feet or higher. All the impacts, and we'll time it out for you from this beautiful barrier island 2 hours south of New Orleans, coming up here on Weather Underground.
Looks like they picked the wrong getaway driver.
Gonna be paying for this for a long time.
They will, but with accident forgiveness. Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident, even if it's your fault.
Cut! Sonny.
Is that good?
Line. The desert never lies.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you were talking about Allstate and insurance.
I just want to...
Let's try again. Everybody back to one.
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
With Dish, you get the Hopper. It lets you record up to 16 shows at once.
See you in the morning.
Okay,
bye,
sounds
Mom.
great.
Because more shows can help you make the most of the perfect girls' night in.
Dish, tuned in to you.
I'm not hungry! You're having one more bite. No! One more bite!
Who can say why your heart says you love? Craft for the win-win.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. So start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However, you healthy? Naked.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare. It doesn't cover dental what high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Divorce is the closest people will come to war. We have everything we ever wanted and we're gonna lose it.
You're being crazy.
I can't make him wake up.
Because he's dead, right?
That is a crazy thing.
Brought to you by Buick. At the heart of every SUV is you. Visit your local Tri-State Buick dealers.
Have you taken a body blow at work?
If so, it's good to know that the lawyers at Pasternak Tilker are in your corner, ready to get you back in the ring. Whether you have a workers' compensation claim, a COVID-19 claim, or a Social Security disability claim, Pasternak Tilker, Ziegler, Walsh, Stanton, and Romano will always fight for you. Call them today at 1-800-222-WISH. That's 1-800-222-WISH.
Most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees with light rain. Tonight, scattered thunderstorms, low 69, chance of rain 50%. Saturday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon, high 86, chance of rain 60%. Saturday night, clear skies, low 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Tropical downpours in Land O'Lakes, Florida this afternoon. Yeah, you know what it's like. You found yourself in the southeast Florida this time of year. Just one of those drenching storms that comes through. I mean, you are soaked in a matter of seconds. And this tropical storm is going to influence a lot of areas well outside the cone, Dr. Nabin. So one thing we don't want to overlook is that potential for heavy rain and flooding that will extend well away from the center of the storm.
Yeah, it's going to extend well outside the cone. It's going to extend well inland. We're going to have widespread heavy rainfall because of how large the system is and how lopsided it is. And you can already see that where the tentacles are already reaching Florida. And we've had some locally heavy rain there today, had earlier flood warnings issued in, in the Jupiter area and the Stewart area, and that's just day number one. Tomorrow night into Sunday morning, central northern Florida getting in on it, and then tomorrow night it starts in Louisiana, and I think the risk for Sunday night and Monday could be pretty significant for places like New Orleans and Baton Rouge.
Well, you've mentioned that this storm is just going to kind of bring a prolonged rainfall event for a lot of areas that in that zone.
Yeah, so it could start raining in places like New Orleans, say around this time tomorrow, and then it could last 2 days. So there's day number one into Sunday evening, and then day number two lasts into Monday evening. It doesn't stop raining until the system goes pretty far inland. And then we've got the problem in places like Arkansas, like Missouri, like Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin. I mean, my goodness, a large system like this isn't just going to go away. Look at these rainfall totals, Alex. Global models kicking out totals that are more than 8 inches, pushing a foot in that northern Gulf Coast area. Don't know who exactly is going to get it, but somebody's going to get dumped on.
It's pretty incredible. And I think a lot of times people look at a tropical storm and they go, okay, not in the cone, check, and I'm not on the coast, check. But as you pointed out, Iowa, Wisconsin, well inland, we could see some big totals.
Yeah, clearing half a foot. I mean, you bring all that tropical moisture from that large of a system, it's going to rain itself out over a lot of people. And, this is a part of the country where a lot of you have had way too much rain already this year. So we're very flood prone. And the global models agree on that swath from northern Louisiana up into eastern Iowa. So we've got to be thinking about how dangerous this could be. It really could be life threatening, especially in our cars. Don't drive on a water-covered road. Don't drive around a barricade. Don't let the kids play in it. And if water's coming into your structure, don't drive to escape it. Call 911 and get the officials to come get you.
Yeah, we think water is going to be a real problem with this for a lot of people. And unfortunately, as we see, it's usually what gets people into trouble. Well, Dr. Nab, thank you. Mike, send it over to you.
All right. One of the areas that's going to be right in the middle of that cone is Grand Isle, Louisiana. Our meteorologist Mike Seidel is there for us tonight. Mike, tonight might be about the best night you're going to get for the entire weekend. And as you had mentioned earlier, evacuations will go into effect tomorrow.
Yeah, mandatory evacuations kick in at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, Saturday morning. They kicked in at noon today for RVs and boats. They want to get those larger items, vehicles off the barrier island. There's only one way off. That's Louisiana Route 1. That goes all the way up to Shreveport. So they're leaving today. In fact, they've cleared out the whole RV park near our motel. And then tomorrow they're going to try to get everybody else out. Now, there are a fair amount of locals that have told us they're just going to stay put. And we're going to stay put at this point because based on the forecast, based where we're sitting here on the island, the highest point, and based on past impacts, the bellwether was Betsy, which put the whole island underwater. But where we are, many times this little section is in pretty good shape. And this is a tropical storm. This is not a Katrina or an Isaac like 8 years ago. With that said, the surf is slowly ramping up. We're going to see a lot of increase in the surf come tomorrow, later tomorrow into Sunday. In fact, the marine forecast from the Weather Service in New Orleans advertising 15 to 20-foot waves. And then we have the surge on top of that, 2 to 4 feet here. We have a storm surge warning from here east, and I think the higher numbers are going to be certainly over in like Waveland and those areas along the western parts of the Mississippi coast. But you can see the surf rolling in. Water temperature, by the way, warmer than it should be, as we've been noting through the spring and now into June, warmer than average for this time of the year. Temperature now, water temperature, very nice, 84 degrees. So we got the evacuations, we got the storm surge warning, and we have the tropical storm warning for this area. And this is all going to kind of gel together as Cristobal expected to slowly intensify in the Gulf, head this way. We're expecting a landfall in this area sometime on Sunday evening. And then once it goes by, we're still going to have a strong southerly flow out of the Gulf of Mexico. So I think Monday is still going to be breezy, not as windy as we'll see with some of those squalls, and also a continuation of some showers and thunderstorms. So Alex, we're all geared up for this tropical storm. This is a spot, remember, that gets a little over 2 brushes, I should say a brush by or a hit by a tropical system about every 2.2 years. So they're very familiar with tropical weather.
Yeah, very storm savvy there in Grand Isle. Mike Seidel, thank you. We've got a lot more ahead yet on Weather Underground. More on Cristobal, that increasing likelihood of a Gulf Coast landfall. Dr. Knabb has important information on how to prepare and why everyone from Texas to Florida could still deal with some dangerous effects. And of course, we've got coverage for you all weekend, including our crews scattered along the Gulf Coast.
As business moves forward, we're all changing the way things get done. Like how we redefine collaboration, how we come up with new ways to serve our customers and deliver our products.
This one is cheddar. It's delicious. Oh, you look so healthy.
But no matter how things change, one thing never will. You can rely on the people and the network of AT&T to help keep your business connected.
With Dish, you get the Hopper. It lets you record up to 16 shows at once.
See you in the morning. Okay, bye. Sounds great.
Because more shows can help you make the most of the perfect girls' night in.
Dish, tuned in to you.
Is mealtime a struggle? Introducing Ore-Ida Potato Pay, where Ore-Ida Golden Crinkles are your crispy currency to pay for bites of this with this. When kids won't eat dinner, potato pay them too. Ore-Ida, win at mealtime.
Teddy loves tug-of-war. In his lifetime, he'll pull hundreds of tons. That's why he needs a tailored recipe from IAMS to help him stay fit. IAMS who I am.
You want a fresh-smelling home, but some air fresheners use heavy, overwhelming scents. Try Febreze One, a range of innovative air fresheners with no heavy perfumes that you can feel good about using in your home to deliver a light, natural-smelling freshness. Febreze One neutralizes stale, stuffy odors and releases a subtle hint of fragrance, like bamboo or lavender and eucalyptus. To eliminate odors with no heavy perfumes, try Febreze One. Brand power helping you buy better.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When it comes to longevity, who has the highest percentage of its vehicles still on the road today? Subaru. When it comes to best overall value, who does IntelliChoice rank #1? Subaru. And when it comes to safety, who has more 2020 IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus winning vehicles? More than Toyota, Honda, and Hyundai combined? Subaru. It's easy to love a car you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models, now through June 30th.
The thing with depression, you get stuck. Multiple symptoms holding you back. Even the fur balls don't make you happy. Okay, puppies, time for a do-over. Then your doctor tells you about Trintellix, a prescription medicine for adults with depression. And you're feeling this overall relief. Get it, girl. Plus, Trintellix had no significant impact on weight in clinical trials.
Tell your doctor right away if you have worsening depression, unusual changes in mood, behavior, or thoughts of suicide. Antidepressants can increase these in children, teens, and young adults. Do not take with MAOIs. Tell your doctor about your medications, including migraines, psychiatric, and depression medications, to avoid a potentially life-threatening condition. Increased risk of bleeding and bruising may occur, especially if taken with NSAID pain relievers, aspirin, or blood thinners. Manic episodes or vision problems may occur in some people. May cause low sodium levels. Common side effects include nausea, constipation, and vomiting. Some reports of weight gain have been received since product approval.
All about this.
Ask your doctor about Trintellix. Financial help may be available.
You look like a flower, each and every way.
An incredible video to show you. If you joined us yesterday, you remember this. A huge chunk of land in a Norwegian village just sliding away from the shoreline, barreling into the sea. There were 8 homes swept out into the water. We're getting some new images tonight and a very happy update. We told you a dog actually was included, got swept out, swam back to shore, and here she is, Rhea. She was on the slab of land that fell into the fjord. She managed to survive, swam back, and then a helicopter unit with the Royal Norwegian Air Force came to the rescue. You can see when they landed how happy she was to see them. Normally, I feel like dogs would run away from a helicopter, but Rhea was like, nope, take me with you. They got her safely strapped in, brought her to dry ground. Boy, Mike,
yeah.
She has a story to tell her friends.
That is a great one, isn't it? I mean, the images were stunning, but that one right there, we're all like,
yeah.
Yes, you go, Rhea.
And when she runs over, you're like, oh, she's okay.
Thank goodness.
Oh,
Isn't it crazy
stuff.
sometimes how we care more about animals than other human beings?
Because we always know that they're just genuinely good, you know?
Absolutely.
They're the man's best friend. And he gave her some pets, by the way, as she was up in the helicopter, just totally playing it cool.
It was great moment for sure. That is Alex Wilson. I am Mike Bennis. Our top story for you tonight is Tropical Storm Cristobal. Let's walk you through what we know right now. We've got a mandatory evacuation in place for Grand Isle, Louisiana. Kicks in tomorrow morning. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards declares a state of emergency. East Baton Rouge Parish is placing sand and sandbags at 8 different locations. A lot going on here, unleashing some pretty violent winds when it was over in Mexico, including over in Cancun. This is away from the center. Look at this. This should give you some indication of what could be coming our way here on the northern Gulf Coast. That's a tropical storm, folks. Well, it's rocking and rolling, isn't it? And Dr. Now, when you look at images like that, what does that tell you about what we should be preparing for in Louisiana and Mississippi and Florida Panhandle and Alabama?
Well, Mike, envision some condition like that occurring potentially in a place like downtown New Orleans, and those strong winds, those horizontal rains funneling between buildings could have some debris flying through the air, loose objects, could take out the power, could down some trees. I mean, when you got sustained winds of 50, 60 miles an hour, the gusts could reach 70, 80. I mean, tropical storms are not to be completely dismissed, all right? And we've got wind and water impacts to deal with. We are expecting it to strengthen from its current intensity of 40 miles an hour to something maybe around 60. Large systems don't go up and down in intensity very quickly, but this one has a couple days over water to strengthen some. And a mid-grade tropical storm, especially a large one, can be a big problem. And when they're large, it means a long duration event and a lot of water problems, okay? And the winds of tropical storm force extend out almost 250 miles to the north and the east. And so you're going to have impacts outside of this cone, and the large system is going to last a long time after it makes landfall. So a lot of people inside and outside the cone, coastal and inland, wind and water, going to have a lot to deal with. Tropical storm warning in effect for places like New Orleans, all the way over to the Destin-Fort Walton Beach area. And that kind of wind could take out power. So we got to be preparing for power outages and prepare for the winds of tropical storm force arriving maybe tomorrow night into early Sunday, even before, maybe by a day before the center comes ashore, say Sunday night. Storm surge warning in effect outside the risk reduction system in southeast Louisiana, Gulf Coast of Mississippi. Storm surge watch Big Bend of Florida. If evacuations are called by local officials in these areas, you got to go, because you get to 3 feet of storm surge flooding, that salt water from the Gulf, it can be life-threatening. Again, look how long duration the rain is going to be. It's going to start tomorrow evening in places like New Orleans and Gulfport, and it's going to last all the way into Monday, all the way into Tuesday for places that are inland. Mike and Alex.
We're about 48 hours away from landfall now. So what should people be focused on, thinking about at this moment? Tomorrow, as you mentioned, that's your preparation window. It's pretty much closing.
Yeah, and I really want people to be thinking about water. We're going to get a lot of rainfall. I mean, we don't know exactly where this is going to fall, but we could have more than a half foot, approaching a foot locally in some spots at the coast and inland. And we lose too many lives due to heavy rainfall. So for the freshwater flooding, we've got to be prepared to stay off the roads, and we got to get our homes ready too, right? For whether it's freshwater flooding or saltwater flooding from the storm surge, you want to know how to properly place sandbags. You want to fill them half full and then fold it over, stack them up about 3 high. Take photos or video of the inside of your home and scan any documents, put them in a fireproof, waterproof safe, Mike. I think we're going to have some flood insurance claims after this.
Oh, absolutely. Dr. Nab, that's all great stuff right there. Hey, coming up on Weather Underground, in addition to Cristobal, we're also keeping a very close eye on dangerous severe thunderstorms for you tonight, including storms across the deep south and in the northeast. We're back after this.
Your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. Get full prescription strength Pataday. 1 drop once a day, relief that lasts all day. Pataday, now without a prescription, everywhere.
A lung cancer diagnosis can leave you holding your breath. But Bristol-Myers Squibb is working to change things by researching new kinds of medicines that could help you live longer, including options that are chemo-free, because we're committed to bringing new hope into lung cancer care. Learn about our lung cancer research at lungcancerresearch.com.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
Whether you're craving your favorites, like fettuccine Alfredo and our classic salad and breadsticks, or just staying in tonight, with Olive Garden to go, you can enjoy what you love from us any night of the week with peace of mind. Olive Garden to go. We're all family here.
The open road, the wind in your hair, the feeling of freedom that drives us to go out and discover. At Chevy, we're committed to getting you there with confidence and peace of mind. That's why your Chevy Clean dealers commit to using enhanced vehicle cleaning measures with CDC-approved cleansers. If you need a new Equinox, get 0% APR for 72 months or $4,500 cash allowance on most models. You may even shop online and take delivery at home where available, so you can find new roads with confidence.
You're ready to drive again, and not just to the neighborhood store. In a new Honda, you can enjoy the open road with powerful performance. And your money can go farther too, because Honda holds its value better than any other auto brand. Your Honda dealer is offering flexibility, like shopping online, so you can purchase with confidence. Get your new Honda today. KBB.com's 2020 Best Value Brand.
With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a chance to take a break. A reason to bond with your best buddy. Oh, hello there. An opportunity to go over the top. It's a moment to feel like a family. Or to have just to yourself. Finally. It's a taste of something good. A taste we all could use right now. So let's make the most of it. And let's make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
To be honest, a little dust, it never bothered me. Until I found out what it actually was.
Dust mite droppings? Ew. Dead skin cells?
Gross. So now I grab my Swiffer Sweeper and heavy duty dusters. Duster extends to 3 feet to get all that gross stuff.
Gotcha.
And for that nasty dust on my floors, my sweeper's on it. The textured cloths grab and hold dirt and hair no matter where dust bunnies hide. No more heebie-jeebies. Glad I stopped cleaning and started Swiffering.
Once again, back from Grand Isle, Louisiana. Thanks for tuning in. Our continuing coverage, extended coverage all weekend as Cristobal strengthens and heads right up here to the Gulf Coast. In fact, it may make landfall right around Grand Isle. In the meantime, the surf is gradually coming up. We don't have really much swell yet from Cristobal. It just came off the Mexican coast, the Yucatan coast, earlier today. It's now a minimal tropical storm. We'll get another full update from the Hurricane Center in Miami just before 11 o'clock Eastern. But as the sun sets, you can see white caps now farther out. We didn't have those this morning as the sun came up. By the way, I checked the high tides on Sunday. That's the key. High tide late morning and late evening. Also, we have a full moon today, so the spring tides come into play. So the tides will be a little higher than average. So we'll see how that all times out as the storm approaches on Sunday evening and makes landfall. But in the meantime, the weather will go downhill as we get into later tomorrow and tomorrow night. We'll start to see some of those outer rain bands. Inland, watch out for some flash flooding. We could see easily over a half a foot of rain, and that rainfall is going to impact you all the way up into the Midwest as you get into Monday and Tuesday. Meanwhile, I was out here for the sunrise this morning. Want to pan around here and show you the sun going down in the northwestern sky in Grand Isle. Sunset tonight just a few minutes before 8 Central Time on a breezy evening. By the way, I've checked the winds at some of the buoys, and they have gradually come up, now gusting upwards of 18 miles an hour. Still not a big deal, but it's going to be a slow process for the winds to come up and the surf to come up. But we'll notice a distinctive difference this time tomorrow here on the Louisiana coast, and then by Sunday morning we'll be in the thick of it as some of those squalls start to rotate in from Tropical Storm Cristobal. So Dr. Nab, we're on top of it, and I know you're on top of it because it's all about the wind and the wind energy that creates the waves and the wave heights I mentioned earlier. Weather Service expecting 15 to 20 footers out here by Sunday.
Yeah, and Mike, that's what a large tropical storm can do, a lot more than a small one, pushing the water around. So we've got the water impacts caused by the wind, but we got to deal with the wind itself too. In the tropical storm force, winds extend out some 240 miles to the northeast of the center. So those winds are going to be arriving way before the landfall of the center. And Michael's mentioning the buoy data. We've got gusts to 34 miles an hour here at this buoy out to the northeast. These numbers are definitely going to come up as the system moves northward and the wind field expands and it strengthens. So we've got tropical storm force winds expected with less than 36 hours from now on land. So we've got the tropical storm warnings up, and it includes the city of New Orleans. It includes Grand Isle. coast of Mississippi all the way over to the Destin-Fort Walton Beach area, where somewhere in this area we're expecting sustained winds of tropical storm force. And the intensification indicated in the latest Hurricane Center forecast indicates a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm. That would be the maximum sustained winds. Not many of you are going to get that, but it is indicative of the fact that this large storm is going to strengthen, not really rapidly because the large storms don't do that, but with that large size, the tropical storm force winds could arrive late tomorrow, early Sunday, maybe even as much as a day before the landfall of the center. But a global model can get a decent picture of what the wind field is going to be like when a large tropical storm is coming, and we're going to have gusts late tomorrow night approaching tropical storm force in New Orleans, then gusting up to 50 during the day Sunday, and even after the center is inland, the wind gusts into Monday in New Orleans could continue to be 50. Look at Pensacola, far away from the center, gusting above tropical storm force for quite a while. These winds could take out the power, and power outages can be surprisingly dangerous or even deadly if we're not careful. Operate those generators far away from your building, outside, Alex, and don't use candles. You know, those open flames can be dangerous because people leave them unattended and cause a fire.
Yeah, really important. So know where the flashlights are now. Start gathering this stuff that you can use safely. Building codes in many hurricane-prone areas have greatly changed since the early 1990s. One of the most important changes in code concerns the biggest hole in our home, the garage door. In this Hurricane IQ, we show you what can happen and how to protect yourself.
An often overlooked vulnerability in home safety is the garage door. It's the biggest opening to your house, and it needs to be protected.
The garage door is a large opening in your house, and if the wind gets into this and causes it to fail, now you have a big opening. The wind's pushing in there, and it's trying to pop your roof off. So the garage door, it has to open, and you can see by pushing on this, it goes in its track. One way that we've seen them fail is that the wind blows and it just buckles it, and it buckles in and goes past the track.
And so the wind is simply getting in through that little bit of a gap between the door and the frame, and that's all it takes.
Right.
There are ways to take preventative action and reinforce your garage door. If you're buying new, make sure you get a wind-rated garage door. If you're in an older home and aren't quite sure if you have a wind-rated garage door, you can buy and install bracing kits. Bracing kits are hardware that can be installed on the edge to help keep the garage door in the channel and not let it blow in. So when planning your hurricane protection strategy, don't forget about the garage door to help keep your roof intact.
And a lot more to come here on the show this evening. We're now tracking some dangerous severe thunderstorms happening right now. Could be potentially producing huge wind, a little bit of hail. And then through the weekend, we're going to ramp up the risk for tornadoes. We're going to show you the areas at risk now and Saturday and Sunday when we return.
When managing diabetes, you can't always stop for a finger stick. With the Freestyle Libre 14-day system, a continuous glucose monitor, you don't have to. With a painless 1-second scan, you can check your glucose with a smartphone or reader, so you can stay in the moment, no matter where you are or what you're doing. Ask your doctor for a prescription for the Freestyle Libre 14-day system. You can do it without finger sticks. Learn more at freestylelibre.us.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clear skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Domino's is serious about food safety. That's why your pizza stays untouched after baking at 450 degrees. And now that every delivery is contactless, you can safely mix and match any 2 or more for just $5.99 each when you sit around the table, even if it's not the same table.
I'm not hungry! You're having one more bite. No! One more bite!
Kraft, for the win-win.
Did you know that customers who use the Spectrum Mobile Calculator see they could be saving money every month, even hundreds of dollars a year? The calculator will show you in 3 easy steps which plans fit your family's needs and how much you could save by switching to Spectrum Mobile. Whether it's by the gig, unlimited, or a combination of both, you'll only pay for the data you need. Try the Spectrum Mobile Calculator today by going to spectrummobile.com/save.
I found a way to relieve my constipation that's both gentle and fast.
New great-tasting Dalcolac soft juice works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac soft juice.
Doing what we love can be painful. Introducing Aspir Cream with essential oil. Now calming lavender oil is combined with fast-acting lidocaine for lasting relief. New Aspir Cream with essential oil.
Thing is almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees with showers. Tonight, scattered thunderstorms, low 69, chance of rain 50%. Saturday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon, high 86, chance of rain 60%. Saturday night, clear skies, low 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
That right there, folks, is a full-fledged hailstorm in Black Hawk, South Dakota. The driver said they actually got a few cuts with the glass that was blowing in, not to mention all kinds of huge hail chunks coming inside the car, up there on the dash even. That's scary, right? Now, I don't want you to wait for this for just a second. You can't see anything out the windshield, right? It's going to spider here because of the huge hail. But the storm is intense. Rolls down the window. Look at that. A hurricane out the window. Just nuts, right? Now, today, we had some hailstorms in Little Rock. Not the big stuff, but maybe you're talking maybe pea to dime-sized hail that fell for us here. And that was most of the storms across the South today. The bigger issue has actually been wind with the storms. Many places seeing winds of 50+ miles per hour, and those storms are still going. In fact, I think we might be in the middle of a derecho here coming through Mississippi. You've got a storm that's been tracking southbound through the state, and you can see the big bow with it here, and numerous severe thunderstorm warnings now between Jackson and Hattiesburg. The storms came through Jackson with a lot of fanfare for us here, but numerous severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, including in Copiah County here, head over toward the Laurel area, toward Hattiesburg here. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings in Covington and in Jones County. That goes until 8:15 tonight. Again, the primary risk is going to be a wind. You can see some little thin lines. You see these little thin gray and green lines in here, big outflows, and so big wind is coming out the front side of these storms, and that's going to be enough to toss furniture in your backyard, maybe damage some roofs. The total length right now is sitting about 230 miles of severe weather reports here, so you know we're right in the territory of being considered an actual derecho here, so big, long, intense wind system. We've got a pretty decent line of storms. They're starting to lose their punch a little bit here, but they've already come through D.C. and Baltimore, not going over Chesapeake Bay right now, out around, say, Sunderland, Shadyside, Annapolis. The weather's going to improve for you dramatically here shortly. Baltimore, a little bit drier for us after thunderstorm thunderstorms earlier. Head up I-95, Philadelphia, in and out of light showers. In New York, we're certainly drier than we were earlier, with the showers now out on Islip and Long Island here. I want to take you back towards Salt Lake City, by the way, with severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here, including Salt Lake until 7 o'clock tonight, with storms that could produce some hail and some winds moving south to north. Alex?
All right, a lot of areas watching the storms. Get you back to the tropics. The hurricane hunter is prepping to fly into Cristobal from Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi. I was so focused on remembering that those are propellers on the airplane. Last hour, I had no idea. Lakeland, Miss Piggy took off earlier for its first operational mission of the hurricane season. They're out there gathering really important data for us, Dr. Nab, and this is something that will continue into the weekend.
Aren't we fortunate
yes.
in this part of the world to have these brave men and women flying these planes into tropical storms and hurricanes to give us the critical data? And that plane right there, the WC-130J that took off from Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi, is in the storm now. I can show you where. They have gone from northeast, well, kind of coming in from the north, and then they made a jog and then came into the center from the northeast. And like the NOAA plane, Miss Piggy, that was in there a little bit earlier and still is, a large, wide area of winds estimated to be occurring at the surface right near tropical storm force, a 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm. That is large, a big, flat wind field where the winds of tropical storm force extend out some 240 miles off to the northeast. So the weather is going to be going downhill on the northern Gulf Coast and in Florida way before the center comes ashore. So tomorrow night into very early Sunday is the earliest reasonable time when winds of tropical storm force might arrive. So go to bed tomorrow night in your safe place and then stay off the roads for the duration of the event, because the winds and the rainfall, the wet roads, just no bueno. Don't want to be out there during this. So tomorrow night, the rains will start here in the northern Gulf Coast, and that will be the beginning of what's probably for most of you going to be 2 days of heavy rainfall, especially near the center and to the east of there. And also, this is going to be a long duration, big area of onshore flow that's going to produce saltwater flood problems as well. In New Orleans, it could rain well into Monday, and then we're going to have the heavy rain going up into Arkansas and Missouri and Iowa. Heavy rainfall totals being churned out by the global models, a wide area exceeding 8 inches there on the Mississippi coast. If that's right, wow, we're going to have big flood problems, and that's right on the doorstep of New Orleans. So a lot of you could have some rainfall-induced flooding that could be life-threatening if you get in your car and try to drive through it. Speaking of life-threatening, high risk of rip currents at the beaches, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida Panhandle, all the way down south of Tampa. That goes all the way through Monday, and we've got our storm surge watches and warnings as well. So we've got to be very careful of all these water hazards, Alex.
Absolutely, and something we're going to be tracking throughout the weekend. We've got continuing coverage next with storm specialists Carl Parker and Mark Elliott. For all of us here at Weather Underground, thanks for watching. And again, we're with you all weekend.
Domino's is serious about food safety. That's why your pizza stays untouched after baking at 450 degrees. And now that every delivery is contactless, you can safely mix and match any 2 or more for just $5.99 each when you sit around the table, even if it's not the same table.
The new house is amazing, so much character.
Original crown molding, walk-in closets.
We do have a rat problem. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
It does help us save.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, I never felt this way before. Give me some more.
Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack an Egg, packed with real potatoes, veggies, meat, and cheese. Just add a fresh egg for a hot scramble in less than 2 minutes to get those warm, fuzzy feelings again. Take breakfast back. Find it in the egg aisle.
like getting back out there? Nissan is ready to help you with a bold, award-winning lineup. Kick off summer with no payments for 3 months. Plus, we'll cover your payments for up to 2 more months. Or get 0% financing on 13 models for up to 84 months. Shop at home at nissanusa.com.
When you take Align, you have the support of a probiotic and the gastroenterologist who developed it.
Align naturally helps to soothe your occasional digestive upsets 24/7.
So where you go, the pro goes.
Go with Align, the pros in digestive health. And if stress worsens your digestive issues, try new Align Digestive De-Stress. It combines Align's probiotic with ashwagandha to help soothe occasional digestive upsets, plus stress that can make them worse. And try Align Gummies with probiotics to help support digestive health.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Intense wind and rain from Cristobal slamming parts of Mexico tonight. In about 48 hours, these are the conditions that we'll likely see along parts of the Gulf Coast. The wind will pick up. Rain will be far-reaching, far away from the center. Nearly 40 million people in the cone, which is the area that could see the dangerous weather from the center of Cristobal, but many more on the outlying areas could be impacted as well. We've already seen some evacuations ordered on the Louisiana coast. There's that cone. Remember, that cone tracks the center, not necessarily where all the impacts will go. So Louisiana, we're watching you carefully, but we're also watching Mississippi and Alabama and Florida. I'm Storm Specialist Mark Elliott here with you tonight, along with meteorologist Carl Parker. We're going to go over the very latest information on Cristobal to help you prepare. I want to start off with the very latest. If you're just tuning in, here's the nitty-gritty, what you need to know right now. We have a tropical storm again. Tropical storm Cristobal upgraded, or I guess got those winds organized again earlier today from tropical depression back to tropical storm status. Remember, a couple of days ago, this was a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm before tangling with land. Well, that land interaction is quickly coming to a close. The center now back over the waters of the Gulf of Mexico with a lopsided storm because there's some unfavorable winds on the west side and some very favorable winds for development on the east side. And that's why a lot of that presentation is the way it is. That we've got the showers and storms on that kind of east to northeast side. Moving north now and accelerating a bit at about 13 miles per hour. So we know that the hurricane hunters have been going into the storm, newest leaving the Keesler Air Force Base and then coming down through the center. They're doing that classic alpha pattern. We got a low-level mission here. Some of the latest info is coming in kind of batches, so ignore the most recent times because that data will pop in. But for the most part, in their path so far, they found some tropical storm force winds, and overall they've been kind of right about at that point or just under. So that's the kind of the stuff that we're watching for as this flight continues over the next couple of hours, making those paths through the center, getting that fixed, dropping an instrument collection to get all the latest info from the center, but also all the data from around the storm. And there is an upper level flight going around the outside of the storm as well to sample all of the atmosphere around. All of this really helps the models. It is crucial information that comes back into play. So we'll take from where we're at now and go into the forecast. What should you be expecting in the New Orleans area, in the Mobile area, in Pensacola? Right? These are far outside of the path of the center, but these areas will see rain maybe as early as late Saturday into early Sunday. So far outside the cone and far before the timing of the center point passes, right? This is a disorganized system and a large system at that. So far ahead of the path of the center will be the impacts, the rain and the wind. Yes, there will be a core where that center goes, and there will be impacts with that, which is why we do follow that center, and we'll be following it all the way up through the Midwest, all the way into the middle of the week. There could be a tornado threat, an inland flood threat. We know how high the Mississippi River is, well inland, so these are things that we're watching down the line. But in the short term, near the coast, there are tropical storm warnings that have been issued from central Louisiana all the way back to Pensacola. Remember, you're not in the forecast of the center. You're not in the cone, Pensacola, but you could still have tropical storm force winds, hence the tropical storm warnings that have been issued across the area. There will be a storm surge as well. This is a large system, and even with reasonably bearable winds, tropical storm force winds won't necessarily do the damage to structures themselves, but with a large system, that wind going over the water moves the water quite easily, and so there will be a pileup of the water. Storm surge warnings as well as storm surge watches have been issued, and it is that water rise that is often so damaging. Carl, between the water rise and the prolonged winds, I mean, we are talking about wind gusts to 50 for a while. I think power outages could wind up being one of the big stories with this one as well.
Yeah, you're right about that, and it's such a big, sprawling storm. It's going to have an impact over a very large area of the Gulf Coast, as you mentioned, Mark. But because it is a big storm, we don't think it's going to ramp up very quickly in terms of intensity. It's got a lot of things sort of nagging it, some drier air on the west side of the circulation. There's going to be some shear as well. So the models have been pretty consistent about the idea of keeping that intensity in tropical storm range. It is possible that it does become a hurricane, but it is most likely going to be a tropical storm for most of its lifetime. Now, here is the European model forecast, and you see that big sprawling area. Again, as Mark mentioned, all of the weather off to the north and east of that center, so a very asymmetrical storm. Already by Saturday afternoon, we're starting to see that rain come in, and the winds are beginning to brush the coast there in Louisiana. We're going to talk to Mike Seidel in Grand Isle in just a moment. Then we go to 2 o'clock in the morning, so it's really starting to come in at that time, and because of the concave nature of the coastline there in Louisiana and Mississippi, we're going to see a little more surge in that area in particular, as well as the Big Bend there in Florida. Then into 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we've got a solid area of wind and rain coming into Louisiana, as well as Alabama, northwest Florida, all of those coastal spots really getting hammered by this thing. Then it starts to pick up a little bit of speed, makes its way into northern Louisiana into a Monday afternoon, and we've still got some wind and rain there in Louisiana and parts of Mississippi. So let's take a look at the earliest arrival of tropical storm force winds, probably reaching the coast in Louisiana by early morning on Sunday, and then continuing to push into southern Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, northwest Florida through the day on Sunday. So you've got to have your preparations completed before that time. And here's a model forecast, European model, showing you how this wind is going to be coming in. There we go into Saturday evening, 10 o'clock, really starting to pick up there in New Orleans, 35 to 40 miles per hour, continues to step up as we go into Sunday morning, 40 to 50 miles per hour in New Orleans and also in Pensacola. And you've also got, of course, that onshore push there that is driving into that area of the coastline and maximizing that surge potential at the time. Going into Sunday evening, 10 o'clock in the evening, here the center of the circulation is now coming onshore, most likely somewhere around that time. Very strong push of winds in northwest Florida and Alabama, winds gusting 50, 60 miles per hour. So again, that's well away from the center there because this is such a big storm. Those impacts are going to be well outside of that cone. Really important, as Mark mentioned, to not pay attention to just the cone itself because the impacts will extend well to the east. And then here you've got winds going 40 to 50 miles per hour Monday morning in Jackson, Mississippi. Still very strong onshore push along the northern Gulf Coast. And then finally, they begin to relent along the coast there as we get into Monday evening. So there's the storm surge forecast, thinking pockets of 3 to 5 feet southeastern Louisiana, but a broader area of 2 to 4. That extends up into Mississippi. And again, as I mentioned, the Big Bend area of northwest Florida, that's an area that is particularly surge prone. So in those spots, that's where we're expecting a really dangerous water level rise, then 1 to 3 feet all the way down along the west coast of Florida and between the Big Bend area and Louisiana. Coastal flooding is also going to be an issue. Could be some overwash there, anywhere from Sandestin on westward into Mobile and westward towards Gulfport and also into the areas around Lake Pontchartrain. And as I mentioned, the impacts from this storm, because it is so large and so right-handed, as we say, because those impacts are well away from the center of circulation, we expect that there's going to be rain just well out to the east, all the way over into northwest Florida. Huge area of 3 to 5 inches of rain along the I-10 corridor corridor, southern Louisiana, Mississippi, and also into northern Florida, and flood alerts in effect there in southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and also into southern parts of Alabama. All right, let's go out to Mike Seidel. He is in Grand Isle in southern parts of Louisiana. And Mike, as we were looking at your shot earlier, noticed that the waves certainly elevated there. Got one night for folks to sort of take it all in, and then the evacuations begin tomorrow.
Exactly, and what we're taking in right now is take a little break from the exact coverage, but look at this sky. You know, it doesn't get much better than this, the tropical sky, but what you're seeing there, it's being lit by the sun. It's already going down below the horizon. That's the edge of the cirrus shield that's emanating around this huge gyre, which is part of Cristobal. And we're, 450 plus miles north of the center, coming off the coast of the Yucatan. And so this edge has come through, and look all the way down to the west and down the coast here in Grand Isle. This is a barrier island. We're about 2 hours south of New Orleans. Just an incredible sky tonight here on the coast of Louisiana. Well ahead of Cristobal. It's going to take a while before we get into the serious impacts. Those will be more likely on Sunday. Tomorrow night, by this time, we should have some rain. Carl mentioned the surf. It is gradually coming up. They're rolling in. They're breaking a little farther out, but we're still looking at about 3-footers out here. A lot of shrimp boats. You can see the lights on the shrimp boats here off the coast of Louisiana. Tide going out. The key high tides on Sunday, late morning and late evening. So we'll see how that times out with the landfall. Right now, the Hurricane Center track brings the center somewhere near this area. And boy, they're used to tropical weather. Looking back, they average a brush by of a tropical system just a little over every 2 years, and a hurricane direct hit about every 6.2 years. So this is an area that's well versed in tropical storms and hurricanes. The last one was just last year with Barry. Now with Barry, that was a hurricane, Cat 1. Now that pushed the water about halfway between here and the motels and the hotels and the homes. There's a lot of land, a lot of dune, grass, and then there's a berm. So we're not concerned about getting stuck here. In fact, we're the highest part of the island. But evacuations, Carl, kick in mandatory tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. They're also going to shut down the beach. And by the way, Carl, you've been sending out a lot of good stuff about how the water temperatures in the Gulf are running above average. That's the case here. Water right now, 84 degrees. Very delightful.
Yeah, very nice, but a lot of energy in that water and a lot of concern about just how strong this thing is going to get. Mike, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get back over to Mark right now and talk a little bit more about what we expect the threats to be near the center and then well away from that center. Mark?
Yeah, a lopsided storm as we keep bringing up. So that west side is going to have a distinct cutoff. Houston, will you get into any rain at all? Maybe not. You might be on the high pressure side of this thing the entire time, which means a lot of heat, a lot of humidity, and almost no rain. On the other hand, if New Orleans is right in the crosshairs near that center point, there will be a bunch of wind and rain for you. So here's Houston's forecast. Low to mid 90s right on through the stretch with barely an icon for rain, maybe a few extra high clouds streaming on by. Then we can work our way towards the New Orleans area. Pretty different forecast, right? We're talking about scattered showers and thunderstorms right on through. Wind is going to be a big factor here. We could have fairly consistent wind gusts to 50 plus. So you add rain and that kind of wind long enough, there will be some tree damage. If that tree happens to fall on your home, if that tree happens to fall on your power line down the street, you got a problem, right? So know what to do. If you lose power, know where those flashlights are now, right? Start putting that stuff together just in case you need it. A decent amount of rain is in the forecast, especially on the east side of where the center goes. And if that center does kind of slow down and follow the coast a little bit, we're talking 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain. The bullseye here near Biloxi, that's the highest number I've seen in a while. 7 inches on there, Carl. So that's a significant number of rain, and that would be enough to cause some significant problems.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And we are also going to be looking at pretty significant rain in Florida, particularly the northern part of the state. There you see a live look at Tampa. Very nice night, 75 degrees, calm out there for the most part. We're going to see waves of rain coming in over the next several days. And along with that, it's going to be, bouts of thunderstorms and some very gusty winds from time to time. The heaviest of rain is most likely going to be a little farther to the north. So what we're looking at in the Tampa metro is most likely somewhere around 1 to 2 to 3 inches of rainfall in total. But then you get farther north, more up towards Gainesville and certainly around Lake City there, the I-10 and 75 corridor, and then along I-10 into the west back and into Tallahassee. That's where we're talking about getting into 3 to 5 inches of rain. So you can bet that there are going to be some pockets where we see even more than that. There are going to be some real issues with significant flooding in at least some parts of northern Florida. Let's talk a little bit once again about this model forecast and show you how this is going to play out. There you see these waves of rain already starting to come into Florida, going into 2 o'clock in the afternoon there on Saturday. We continue into Sunday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Rain likely stepping up, so it's going to be a washout of a weekend in Bradenton and Sarasota and Tampa, on up into Orlando there, Villages, Leesburg, and further north up into Gainesville as well. A lot of areas looking at a very wet weekend, Mark, in central and northern Florida.
Yeah, and Carlin, to continue that kind of model discussion, we always get those questions. Well, how are these forecasts put together? What is the National Hurricane Center looking at? Well, there's lots of global models and hurricane models. Here are a small smattering of them that come into play when you're trying to forecast where the center will go. Pretty good agreement with these major global models at this point that there's going to be a tropical storm going north through the Gulf. Here's the water temperatures. They are likely, warm enough. They're not necessarily bathtub temperature like what you'll get later on in the season, but they're more than enough to support a tropical storm and a tropical system. It's not just that one model. Those models are ensembles, lots of different versions. Here's a look at those different versions of the European model, where you can see it's kind of weighted on that west side. And so our forecast cone takes that into account as well. And there's that spread, right? That spread on the modeling. As for the forecast of where we go from here for those wind speeds, just about all those models bring us to a decent, strong tropical storm and then interact with land and start to calm that down once again. So none of them, as you notice, bring it to hurricane strength. I want to take a quick look again in Grand Isle, Louisiana, where that sunset is continuing. That high cirrus cloud associated with that swirl where Cristobal is located is providing quite the backdrop for tonight's sun.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3, because 3 is better than 1.
Domino's is serious about food safety. That's why your pizza stays untouched after baking at 450 degrees. And now that every delivery is contactless, you can safely mix and match any 2 or more for just $5.99 each when you sit around the table, even if it's not the same table.
Hey, can I
hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, safe driver, save 40%. Guys.
Check it out. Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%. That's safe driver, save 40%.
It is. That's safe driver, save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here. Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
Make your summer everything it can be and discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Frito-Lay Variety Packs presents Totally Unrealistic, Never Gonna Happen in a Million Years Mom Fantasies.
Mother, thank you for planning such an enriching camping trip for us.
Please accept this as a token of our appreciation.
Now let us sing to you.
This'll never happen, but this might.
There's like no reception.
I'm not cheering, Ted. Ew, bugs!
Dibs on the Fritos!
Frito-Lay Variety Packs, packed with possibilities.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Look for kids packs from Nestle Pure Life. Fun designs and a perfect size just for your...
I want to know that my children are going to be safe.
Please wear a mask and gloves.
Try to minimize the amount of people that are leaving your home.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The applause is not the end. It's the start of a new era filled with greater appreciation for all we hold dear, like our loved ones, our freedoms, and our health. In this new dawn, Northwell is here to safeguard your health, making sure you can get the care you need when you need it, with smart safety precautions in place designed to protect you. Let's take back control of our health, safely, confidently, together. Visit northwell.edu/safecare.
This week at Stop & Shop, large cooked shrimp are $7.99 per pound. Packages of Cherub's tomatoes are buy one, get one free. And selected varieties of Kraft shredded cheese are 2 for $5. Only at your Stop & Shop.
Is almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees with light rain. Tonight, scattered thunderstorms. Low 69. Chance of rain 40%. Saturday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 87. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday night, clear. Low 64. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The sun is setting on Grand Isle, Louisiana this evening. What a scene, right? Looks like a painting. Well, you have the perfect atmospheric conditions to get all the colors displayed above because you have the sun setting off to the west with reasonably clear skies and that cirrus cloud shield, that low cloud deck, or first upper level cloud deck that starts moving in, will be lowering over the next couple of days. That's the outlying cloud cover associated with our approaching tropical storm from Cristobal. So beautiful sight that is not going to look that way over the next couple of days because those clouds will be blocking the setting sun. Tonight was your chance to see it with the clear skies off to the west. I can show you that using the satellite imagery along with the latest stats from our storm. Remember, our setting sun producing the rays this way, and then here comes that cirrus cloud deck, that upper level clouds. Yes, that is associated with this big counterclockwise spin, that big gyre coming out of Central America. Part of that is the cloud cover more directly associated with our tropical storm, and it is indeed a tropical storm again. Tropical storm Cristobal moving north now and faster than this time yesterday. If you were tuning in yesterday during the afternoon, you were hearing me talk about a storm that was barely moving 2, maybe 3 miles per hour through the bulk of the day. Now going north at 13. That's a big difference. And so we're starting to get that acceleration off to the north. And again, it is a tropical storm. 40-mile-per-hour winds now. Yesterday at this time, still a tropical depression. We know that we're getting some new data coming in. The hurricane hunters are in this storm. We've got one plane that's doing loops on the outside of the storm, the outside environment in the upper levels. This is a low-level plane that's trying to find the fix on the center, and that Air Force plane is going to continue to send in data in these chunks as they come through. They get sent back. They go to the National Hurricane Center. In the most recent pass here on that west side, that southwest side, most of the winds have been fairly marginal, well below tropical storm force strength, and that is expected. This is a lopsided storm. If you were to kind of put a line through the quadrants here for our center point, it's the north and the east side that's getting all the action and almost nothing out on the west side because of some shear in the environment and some drier air. That's going to be part of the story here throughout the life cycle of our storm. That is the east side and far east from the center that'll get most of the action. Look, we're not that far away from the west coast of Florida, starting to see this thunderstorm action approaching. That is tied to the big circulation around our tropical storm. So don't focus just on the track of the center. That's not going to tell you the whole story in this scenario. It is still important to follow the center, and that's what the track does. It shows us what the top wind speeds near that center will be. Current forecast is for a strong tropical storm to approach the Louisiana coastline late on Sunday. Now, that does not tell us when the impacts are going to arrive. They'll arrive much before that with fairly widespread rain and wind as early as late Saturday, so almost a day before the center gets there. Also important, look how far north that center could hold together. Forecast to still be, a counterclockwise spin and holding its own through the Midwest, over the Mississippi River again, back through the Great Lakes and maybe towards Ontario, where there could, in theory, still be some squally weather, inland flood concerns, tornadic potential, as is often the case with these landfalling tropical systems. Back towards the coastline, tropical storm warnings are up from central Louisiana back to the western side of the Florida Panhandle, again, well outside the center. We also know there's going to be a distinct water rise. That water will be held because of the shape of the land here, so that's an easier time to get a bigger water rise. Storm surge warnings there, otherwise storm surge watches. Also look at the shape of the land here. Storm surge watch, again, that Big Bend of Florida could hold some of that water. Coastal flood alerts starting to come up. Flood watches are in place here, including Grand Isle, including New Orleans, including Baton Rouge, including the Gulfport area. We're watching the rest of southern Mississippi into Mobile, southern Alabama, for that potential for flooding also. And so when you look at the coastal concerns, more in particular with that, push of water and with the, the rivers not able to exit the same way because the onshore flow stopping that progress, coastal flooding and even some wave action could occur there as well. So Carl, all the impacts are there. It's a large tropical storm. I don't want people to say, oh, it's just a tropical storm. We've seen plenty of problems with tropical storms in the past.
Yeah, that's right. Certainly a big storm, and it's going to have a huge impact, a huge area of impact. One good thing about this system is because it is large, larger systems tend to take a longer time to get more intense. It's the smaller ones you have to worry about in terms of getting very intense very quickly. So this one is not likely to become much stronger than a strong tropical storm or maybe a low-grade hurricane, but it's not going to be anything more than that. But again, as Mark mentioned, all that weather well away from the center of the circulation, already starting to come into the coast Saturday afternoon. So the winds picking up at that time. We're seeing more and more of an onshore push of water. There you go into Sunday afternoon, really coming onshore at that time. And then even through the day into the evening on Sunday, we've still got an onshore push that continues even into Monday as well. Let's talk about when those tropical storm force winds are going to be moving in and when you need to be ready. The earliest arrival time, the earliest potential arrival time in Grand Isle there along the mouth of the Mississippi will be Saturday afternoon for those sustained tropical storm force winds. Saturday 8 p.m. for areas south of New Orleans, and then coming up through New Orleans and Mobile and Lake Charles, going through the evening on Saturday and into early Sunday morning, and then beyond that up into Mississippi and Louisiana going into late Sunday and Monday. Very strong winds on the east side of that circulation piling up the water, and the result is likely going to be a significant surge in parts of Louisiana and Florida in particular. Much more coming up.
Love. It's what we've always said makes Subaru, Subaru. And right now, love is more important than ever. In response to COVID-19, Subaru and our retailers are donating 50 million meals to Feeding America to help feed those who now need our help. It's all part of our commitment to our communities through Subaru Loves to Help. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
With Dish, you get the Hopper. It lets you record up to 16 shows at once.
See you in the morning. Okay, bye, sounds great.
Because more shows can help you make the most of the perfect girls' night in.
Dish, tuned in to you.
If you love peanut butter most, this cup has your name on it. If you love chocolate most, this cup has your name on it. Not literally. That'd be a logistical nightmare, especially if we used last names. Then we'd have to do both sides. Reese's lovers, yeah, they're back.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
I always thought it was me, that I was the reason all these diets never worked.
This is genuinely not a temporary fix. There's some serious psychology behind it.
I've been on Noom for 4 months now. I've lost 27 pounds, and I feel like I got my life back.
Visit Noom.com and lose the weight for good.
And we've upgraded her with the Sonic Shield and holographic mapping drones.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver and get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. As usual.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Now you can make any morning of the week feel like the weekend with Jimmy Dean Simple Scrambles. Made fresh with 2 real eggs, sausage, and cheese. And ready in seconds.
Why don't you put a Sunday morning shine on tomorrow morning's breakfast?
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. When considering another treatment, ask about Xeljanz XR, a once-daily pill for adults with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or active psoriatic arthritis for whom methotrexate did not work well enough. It can reduce pain, swelling, and significantly improve physical function. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections like TB. Don't start Xeljanz if you have an infection. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA can increase risk of death. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened, as have tears in the stomach or intestines, serious allergic reactions, and changes in lab results. Tell your doctor if you've been somewhere fungal infections are common, or if you've had TB, hepatitis B or C, or are prone to infections. Don't let another morning go by without asking your doctor about Xeljanz XR.
What overheated underwear feels like. What Duluth Armachillo underwear feels like. Duluth Trading Armachillo underwear. Put 'em on ice. Only at Duluth Trading.
Ooh, it looks like a tropical system, doesn't it? Let's get that feel, that kind of car wash or washing machine kind of ambiance where the raindrops are getting pulverized into those little pieces and the visibility goes way down because of the steady rain, but also the very strong winds. Plus, it got all the palm fronds going wild. Portions of Mexico still getting nailed with some heavy rain. Even still tonight, even as rain drove people from their homes, it's still falling as Cristobal slowly churns into the Gulf. Welcome back, everyone. We are staying live with you tonight with hurricane coverage that you can trust, bringing you the latest information on a tropical storm that's going to be moving through the Gulf. It's Tropical Storm Cristobal and heading north on a path towards the United States Gulf Coast. So let's go through what we know right now, and that is that Cristobal is now back to a tropical storm strength. You can see that there are some flood advisories that have been issued across the area because of that surge of water that's going to be falling, plus heavy rainfall. So that rain can't move back into the open waters of the Gulf quite so easily. We also have a tropical storm that is just going to be crawling its way northbound. There's a flood watch that's in place across much of the northern Gulf Coast states. And we're following the latest information for you that there is evacuations that have taken place around the Grand Island area, especially for boaters and campers. And Louisiana wants you to know that there are some COVID-19 test sites that are already being closed. So it's not just business as usual. People are getting ready for this storm to arrive and taking those precautions to get both the buildings ready as well as your regular homes ready as well. Let's go into the lab now. Storm specialist Carl Parker standing by. As Carl, we are following this, this developing and potentially strengthening storm.
Yeah, that's right. And, what we're talking about here is a very large circulation. And so for that reason, we're going to see effects that are well away from the center. It's really important to not pay too much attention to the cone in and of itself, because we're going to see rain and wind and surge a long, long way from that cone. And another important part about it being such a large circulation is that larger systems tend to not only weaken more slowly, but they also ramp up a lot more slowly. So we think it's actually going to run out of time to get too intense. Most likely it's going to be a strong tropical storm as it comes on shore. There is some chance that it could be a tad stronger than that, but at this point, that's what it looks like. That's where most of the model guidance has been for the last few days. So right now, a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It is moving north at 13 miles per hour. Here's the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center, expecting a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. So, it wouldn't have to be that much stronger to become a hurricane. So that is possible, but at this point, it looks more likely that it's going to be a tropical storm. But it's going to be producing some very serious impacts over a large area. And another thing you notice here, this huge area of dry air across the western part of the Gulf of Mexico, that too is going to be a limiting factor in terms of the intensity. So we watch this very asymmetrical storm, this right-handed storm starting to come in on Saturday, really moving in during the day on Sunday, and then continuing into Monday. So this is what the wind is going to look like. Winds probably 25, 30 miles per hour tomorrow morning in New Orleans, but really stepping up through the day on Saturday, up to 35, 40 into Saturday evening, and getting even stronger by the time we go into Sunday morning. We want to go out to Mike Seidel. He's been reporting from Grand Isle in Louisiana, and Mike already seeing some elevated surf there, and they want everybody to get out of that area by tomorrow morning.
Yes, mandatory evacuation, 6 a.m. tomorrow here in Grand Isle. Meanwhile, Photo Op City, look at the sky tonight. I mean, this is worth the price of admission. And what you see, we're starting to lose that orange edge there. That's the outer band, the cirrus shield, that's rotated in from Cristobal, which is hundreds of miles away. Last check, about 480 miles south of the mouth of the Mississippi River. And then you see the horizon with the orange, and then the stratus clouds, which were around today. We had one little shower late morning, and that was it. It's been a very dry day. That is really going to change as we get into tomorrow night and especially Sunday, even into Monday morning. Speaking of the surf, this is from early this afternoon, just down the coast a bit at the Grand Isle State Park, and I went out on the pier so you get a sense of the waves rolling into the beaches. These are about 2, maybe 3 footers. That's it. We're a long way away from that swell, and that's going to start rotating in and propagating towards the coast tomorrow. In fact, the National Weather Service marine forecast here for Sunday and Sunday night puts breakers out here 15 to 20 feet. We'll have continuing coverage. We're on late tonight all weekend. We've got crews up and down the coast in Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana.
I had a customer call me. He owns a barbershop and he was just shut down. And as it so happens, he is my barber. And I just felt so honored that he would call me and ask for help,
Unpredictable Crohn's symptoms following you? For adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease, Stelara works differently. Studies showed relief and remission with dosing every 8 weeks.
Stelara may lower your ability to fight infections and may increase your risk of infections and cancer. Some serious infections require hospitalization. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or flu-like symptoms or sores, have had cancer or developed new skin growths, or if anyone in your house needs or recently had a vaccine. Alert your doctor of new or worsening problems, including headaches, seizures, confusion, and vision problems. These may be signs of a rare, potentially fatal brain condition. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Remission can start with Stelara. If you've been financially impacted by COVID-19, Janssen may be able to help.
Would you like to try a burger made with plants?
Plants.
It's delicious, And I'm a kid, so if I like it...
Morningstar Farms. Grilling at home just got easier with America's favorites made from plants.
Hold my pouch.
Trust us. Us kids are ready to take things into our own hands. Don't think so? Hold my pouch.
Hello there. Do we go crunchy cool or golden classic? I know. One for me and one for you. Now that's a sandwich. Gotta have Lay's.
Whether you're craving your favorites, like fettuccine Alfredo and our classic salad and breadsticks, or just staying in tonight, with Olive Garden to go, you can enjoy what you love from us any night of the week with peace of mind. Olive Garden to go. We're all family here.
They are the heroes, helping on the front lines. Here's one small way you can help them in return. Complete your 2020 census today. Census data helps communities plan funding for hospitals and emergency services. Respond now at 2020census.gov.
We continue to believe that the greatest threats will be heavy rainfall and flash flooding, river flooding, with minor to moderate coastal flooding as well due to storm surge.
That water rise could be significant in portions of Louisiana, but also portions of the Gulf Coast far away from the center, like near the Florida Big Bend, for example. Heavy rain, river flooding issues, storm surge, tornado threat, flooding, you name it. It's a tropical system. It's going to bring some of those impacts. Now, the winds might not be as strong as, say, a strong hurricane. It's not forecast to get there. A strong tropical storm has different impacts than a strong hurricane, but they are impacts nonetheless. And with a large tropical storm, a lot of rain, and consistent 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, that's more than enough to knock down trees. That could mean power outages that could be extensive in areas. So just keep that in mind. You need to know what's headed your way. Right now, latest advisory gives us 40-mile-per-hour top wind speeds. Moving north at 13, that pressure has come down a bit today, now back to 998 millibars. Pressure is a proxy for the strength. The lower the pressure goes, the stronger the storm, the more organized that low-pressure area is getting. The Hurricane Hunter Air Force, the Hurricane Hunters, the Air Force aircraft are in this storm right now. They are left the northern Gulf Coast earlier this evening, have done one pass through the storm, found a center near there. Now they're doing that path down to the south, and they'll cut through again, that alpha pattern, classic flight formation. Where they are right now, not all that impressive with regards to rain or organization or storms, and thus we wouldn't expect a lot of wind there, and we haven't had a lot of wind. In fact, very little being reported at the moment because there's just not that much going on across that area that they're flying through. That could change as that flight gets back onto the northeast side, where a lot of the action is. All of the big storms are displaced off to the north or east, and that's because of the sheared environment. We've got dry air over here. We have a high amount of shear, at least compared to what's going on the east side. And so you put all that together, and this will be a large and disorganized storm system, all for its history. So yes, it's important to follow the path where this storm goes next, but don't discount what could happen, say, through the Florida Peninsula or Florida Panhandle. You're not going to be in the center. There's almost a zero chance that you will be in the center of this approaching storm, but the impacts are going to be on that east side. It is much more likely that you'll have impacts on the east than the west. Houston, you'll be closer to the center than, say, Tallahassee. Tallahassee, you're going to have more impacts from this storm than Houston will. It's because it's a large and disorganized kind of asymmetrical storm that's going to be making its way through the Gulf. Following the center is important. There are impacts that go along with the center. That means some of the winds near 60 miles per hour will be knocking on the doorstep. Some of the water rise in those favored bays and inlets will be really problematic if you're right along those coasts. And as we go into early next week, even the middle of next week, we'll still have a core. Before this gets caught up with an approaching cold front and kind of loses all tropical characteristics, there will still be a counterclockwise spin moving through, and that will bring an inland tornado threat and an inland rain threat as well. Tropical storm warnings back towards the coast where the wind and rain will be at their worst. So based on the current forecast track, New Orleans is right in the middle of Cristobal's path. There's no sign of tropical troubles here yet. Right now, it is certainly that proverbial calm before the storm. But now is the time to make sure that you are prepared for any damaging winds, for flooding, and maybe more importantly, power outages. The Louisiana coast is under a tropical storm warning and a storm surge warning through the weekend. And Hurricane Katrina in 2005 shined the light on how devastating tropical systems can be in New Orleans. The city has made some drastic improvements to the levee system since Katrina, but the question is always, is it enough?
New Orleans sits close to the hurricane-prone Gulf, surrounded by water and dissected by canals. And worse, much of the city sits below sea level. New Orleans is built in a bowl. Once water comes into the city, it has nowhere to go, trapping residents and making evacuation almost impossible. That can lead to a large loss of life. The Army Corps of Engineers has implemented a risk reduction system, but it is not a risk elimination system. During Katrina, storm surge rushed into the city when flood walls failed, drowning the lower 9th Ward with water up to roofs. Today, it would be different. These walls should stand, but a strong hurricane coming at just the wrong angle can produce storm surge even higher than these massive walls. Water would pour into the city even without a levee failure, and the calculation is a wrong Category 2 hurricane could be enough to do it. As neighborhoods like the lower 9th Ward rebuild behind the flood walls, there's a new and surprising worry. Officials' biggest concern is complacency. The city hasn't seen a large storm since Katrina, and they are worried people will find reasons not to listen to evacuation orders. Residents need to evacuate, but evacuating isn't easy in the Big Easy. One estimate is that it could take 44 hours to get everybody out of New Orleans and to clear the roads.
So that is, of course, residents need to evacuate if they are told to do so. Follow those local warnings and alerts from those officials if and when they are issued. There probably won't be for this one. A strong tropical storm headed towards New Orleans, but there will still be some impacts. You can see the forecast calls for rain, winds up to 50 miles per hour for a fairly extended period of time, and tropical storm warnings are in place. So here's a look at how the European model sees that area of low pressure organizing, going north through the Gulf, approaching the Louisiana coastline Sunday, but the impacts for rain and wind could be there earlier. Still with that rain and wind lasting through Monday, if not Tuesday, as that low moves away. So this is going to be a far-reaching event, a long-lasting event, which is why that 5 to 8-inch rainfall total is not out of the question from Biloxi back through New Orleans. We've got the storm surge warnings on that east side of Louisiana, as well as up through southern portions of southern Mississippi. Storm surge watches far away from there as well. Of course, here's that look at the seawalls and the levees around the New Orleans area. You got the Mississippi River here, you got Lake Pontchartrain, but maybe more importantly, or don't forget that so much of the area is at or below sea level. So it's not just about the water coming in from the water bodies, the lake and the river, but also heavy rain that falls on the city. There's a pump system. That first hour you can get an inch of water out, and then it's a half inch for every hour after that.
Your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. Get full prescription strength Pat-A-Day. One drop once a day, relief that lasts all day. Pat-A-Day, now without a prescription, everywhere.
With Dish, you get the Hopper. It lets you record up to 16 shows at once.
See you in the morning. Okay, bye, sounds great.
Because more shows can help you make the most of the perfect girls' night in.
Dish, tuned in to you.
At Domino's, we think you and your oven could use a break. Ours are running at 450 degrees, and your pizza stays untouched from here to your table. Use contactless carryout to get 3-topping pizzas on any of Domino's 5 crusts for just $7.99 each.
I'm not hungry! You're having one more bite. No! One more bite!
Craft for the win-win.
Thanks for sharing your DIY haircuts. Thanks for sharing your savage moves, and especially your awkward ones. Thanks for sharing your cute kids and your adorable pets. Now it's our turn to share with the Geico Give Back, a 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies for both current and new customers. And because we're committed for the long haul, the credit lasts your full policy term. So thanks again. One good share deserves another.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water. Look for kids packs from Nestle Pure Life. Fun designs and a perfect size just for your kids.
Frisky's World. Look at that.
It's made with real farm-raised chicken.
I gotta get my paws on that.
It's Frisky's Farm Favorites.
The winning formula.
Feed their fantasy.
Friskies. Look, Frisky's Ocean Favorites. Yeah.
Could have sworn the treasure was right here.
I found something.
Ah, that's what that symbol meant.
You know, instead of hiding our money, it'd be better if there was a place that'll hold it for you safely. Oh, you could take little bits out when you wanted.
How would they know it's yours?
Eventually, somebody has a better idea.
Oh, you could have a little card with your name on it.
Everyone can have secret passwords.
I love secrets.
Like simple mobile plans with no contracts. And now with 5G, it's a better way to mobile. It's Spectrum Mobile.
As you get older, staying sharp is more important than ever.
Where's my tab?
Oh, you have to remember the names of your grandkids, pets, your son-in-law.
Favorite son-in-law.
And the eternal question, where did you put your glasses? Sure, you can spend the day looking for things that you misplaced, or you can take Natrol Cognium. Cognium improves memory and recall in healthy adults. It's safe and is shown to be effective in multiple human clinical trials.
6-letter word for head?
Noggin. Stay sharp. Stay you with Natrol Cognium.
And my password?
That our planet had to explain itself. Explore the strange phenomena of our weird Earth. Next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, scattered thunderstorms. Low 69. Chance of rain 40%. Saturday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 87. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday night, clear. Low 64. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane hunters from Biloxi, Mississippi are wrapping up their flights for the day. On the left, you see one of the WC-130J Super Hercules planes taking off from Kessler Air Force Base in Biloxi earlier today. And on the right, that's what it looks like flying inside the tropical storm. Hurricane hunters gathering valuable data from inside the storm, including wind speed, direction, and pressure. Hurricane hunters prepping to fly into Cristobal from Kessler Air Force Base in Biloxi, and one of the most deadly parts of a tropical storm or hurricane isn't the wind, it is the storm surge. Hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb joins us now with a look at what kind of surge we could expect from Cristobal.
It has been a very long week in southern Mexico and Central America, flooding rains that have turned deadly. And now, large tropical storm Cristobal is going to make its move across the Gulf of Mexico this weekend, bringing to our coastline and to inland areas a number of wind and especially water impacts. One of them is storm surge. It's saltwater flooding coming onto normally dry ground. One of the reasons we're so vulnerable in the Gulf of Mexico is the shape of the coastline. I mean, look at that concave shape that allows it to behave kind of like a catcher's mitt and captures the water that is pushed northward on the east side of the storm. But even more than that, we have this very wide continental shelf. The distance between the beach and when it finally starts getting deep is very wide. And so when the water is pushed toward the coastline, it's more apt to continue on and go on to normally dry ground. A more narrow continental shelf, we'd be seeing more breaking waves at the coastline. So we're very vulnerable throughout the entire Gulf of Mexico to storm surge. Now, you throw a large tropical storm into the mix, you don't even need a hurricane to produce life-threatening saltwater flooding. Watch how large this system is going to be, and it's going to be lopsided with most of the winds and the water on the east side. Look at that distance between the center of circulation and the west coast of Florida. it's going to be this expansive wind field, a long fetch, pushing the salt water northward into the north central and northeastern Gulf of Mexico. A lot of big waves out in the Gulf, large swells propagating northward, and then when the system gets close to landfall, if the onshore push is timed with high tide, that's when we could have a maximum in storm surge flooding that could exceed that roughly 3-foot threshold where it's life-threatening. Now, because of the large size of the system, we're going to see persistent onshore flow that could create some amount of saltwater flooding all the way from Louisiana down to the southwest coast of Florida. But the areas that we're most concerned about would be southeast Louisiana and portions of the Mississippi coastline and that oh so vulnerable Big Bend area of Florida where the waters are so shallow and it just catches the water with the shape of that coastline. Now, what do you do in the face of these storm surge and coastal flooding hazards? You get out when local officials tell you to go. Alex?
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you so much. And let's take a look at the latest on this storm. It is a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm. You'll notice it is a very, very large system, a huge circulation here that is largely devoid of weather on the west side. But if you go basically from one side of the circulation to the other, you're talking about hundreds of miles there. So when you've got a really large storm like this, they tend not to change very quickly in terms of intensity. That's an important point because it's going to take some time for it to gradually increase in intensity. And if it had more time, it would be more likely that it could reach hurricane status. And it's not going to have that much time. It's going to be moving in on Sunday. And for that reason, we think it's probably going to stay a tropical storm. There's still an outside chance that it could reach hurricane, but it looks like it's most likely going to be a strong tropical storm as it comes in. And it's going to be a very right-handed storm, as we say, where all the weather is on the east side of the circulation. You've got all this moist air that's coming up and wrapping into the circulation right in here. And then on the other side, you've got drier air. I mean, you see the incredible absence of cloud there in the western Gulf of Mexico. So in some respects, it's almost like what we call a subtropical storm. It's got some sort of non-tropical characteristics, but as more of that moisture wraps in and about that center, it's going to become more and more like a typical tropical entity. But we're still going to see all the weather on the east and northeast side of the circulation and well away from the cone. So it's really important to not pay attention to just the cone. The cone is showing you where the center is going to go, but there's going to be all kinds of impacts that are well away from that center. So, tropical storm warnings now up in southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern parts of Alabama, even into northwest Florida, over towards Sandestin and Pensacola there. And let's talk a little bit about the model forecast. I want to show you how this big sprawling system comes up, and we're really starting to get the brunt of the storm on Sunday morning. Things are going to be stepping up during the day tomorrow. So the winds will be increasing, especially in areas of land that jut out farther south, like southeast Louisiana. We're going to see the winds starting to really step up tomorrow afternoon, but it's going to get stronger and stronger through the evening. By Sunday morning, it's really going to be cranking. And that, by the way, is when we're going to see a high tide. You've got a high tide tomorrow morning and then a high tide on Sunday morning. So that's when you maximize the impact of that potential storm surge. And we're looking for 2 to 4 feet in southeast Louisiana, where you've got that sort of concave nature to the coastline, the very shallow shelf that Dr. Knapp talked about, and then also that very shallow shelf and concave coastline in the Big Bend area of Florida right in there. So those two areas in particular, very, very susceptible to storm surge. Then the system finally does begin to pick up speed Monday into Tuesday, but it's still going to be a flood threat even well inland. There, by the way, your storm surge potential forecast, and we're going to have much more on this dangerous storm and what exactly we expect to see of it. Our live coverage continues in just a moment.
If your gums bleed when you brush, you may have gingivitis, and the clock could be ticking towards bad breath, receding gums, and possibly tooth loss. Help turn back the clock on gingivitis with Parodontax. Leave bleeding gums behind. Parodontax.
Is mealtime a struggle? Introducing Ore-Ida Potato Pay, where Ore-Ida Golden Crinkles are your crispy currency to pay for bites of this with this. When kids won't eat dinner, potato pay them too. Ore-Ida, win at mealtime.
The
This Father's Day is the perfect time to remember that dads appreciate the ultimate protection of WeatherTech's laser-measured cargo liners and floor liners, plus a cup phone to keep his phone secure. Find the perfect Father's Day gift at WeatherTech.com.
What's the secret to natural bliss? We choose perfect, simple ingredients. Farm fresh milk and cream, pure cane sugar, and Madagascar vanilla.
That's one tasty secret.
Natural bliss. Keep it real, make it simple.
Frisky's World. Look at that.
It's made with real farm-raised chicken.
I gotta get my paws on that.
It's Frisky's farm favorites.
The winning formula.
Feed their fantasy.
Friskies. Look, Frisky's ocean favorites. Yum.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
Moves like these need Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit. With an ultra-stretchy waistband and 360 Fit that adapts to every wild move. Plus, up to 12 hours of Pampers protection. So anything your wild child does, Cruisers can too. Our best ever fit is Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit.
Intense wind and rain from Cristobal slamming parts of Mexico tonight. And in about 48 hours, there are those conditions coming towards parts of the Gulf Coast as well. Wind, rain, and a water rise at the coastline. In fact, we have nearly 40 million people that are in the cone. Remember, the cone forecast where the center of the storm is going to go, the area that could see the dangerous weather from the center of Cristobal. But areas far reaching to the east of there will also see the impacts. So you got to pay attention to the impacts, not just the cone. We've already seen some evacuations ordered on the Louisiana coast. Thanks for sticking with us tonight. I'm Storm Specialist Mark Elliott, along with Storm Specialist Carl Parker. You'll be hearing from Carl in the lab in just a bit. We're going to be going over the very latest information on Cristobal to help you prepare so you know what's coming your way. It is this hour that the next advisory comes out from the National Hurricane Center. So you'll get all of the latest information. We'll bring it to you right here as soon as it comes in, usually near the top of the next hour, but it's within this hour that the update will be arriving. You'll see that information right on the screen, and then we'll dissect it for you as well. But as of the latest update that we have, this was the 7 o'clock Central Time advisory. Tropical storm Cristobal was moving north at 13 miles per hour, top wind speeds of 40. Pressure had come down a little bit through the day at 998 millibars. Generally, the lower that pressure, the stronger and more organized the storm will be. It's a very large storm system and a disorganized storm system at that. If you were to kind of put the quadrants up, go right through our storm center, far and away, the action is here on the east side with very little on the west. That is because of a sheared environment off to that west side. There's a little bit more dry air on that west side as well. And I think that kind of regime will continue for the foreseeable future, maybe all the way to landfall with that disorganization. But also look how far away from the center those bands have gotten. That means the Florida Peninsula, Florida Panhandle, you're not going to be in the center, but you're going to have that tropical moisture come through. And we'll talk about just how much rain is anticipated coming up for those areas in just a bit, so stay tuned. Let's get into this storm because we know the Hurricane Hunter aircraft are circling around. They're going kind of west to east right now. They'll then go north again, back through that center point of the storm. Where they're at now, very little wind. In fact, not much being reported in the past half hour or so. They're right near land, and they're not near any squally weather. I wouldn't anticipate much in the way of surface winds, strong winds. But once they get that turn north again, and especially once that plane starts going through the northeast side of the storm, this map's going to look a little bit different. That's where we'll find those tropical storm force winds, and all that data is going back to the National Hurricane Center. That's where all the squally weather is. You got the thunderstorm action. Cancun is also getting in for another round of thunderstorms, as has been the case basically for the duration of this tropical system. So we're moving north from here, and I think that's what really is the bottom line. The weakening trend we saw for the past couple of days is done. We're going to start to organize over the next 24 to 48 hours, and that brings us to landfall. Landfall somewhere along the northern Gulf Coast. The major global models are suggesting Louisiana as the point for the center, where the center will go. That does tell us something. Where the kind of the east side of that center is, that kind of right front quadrant has the worst of the rain generally, the worst of the tornado threat generally. But in this case, because of the shear and the dry air on the west, Houston, you're pretty close to that path. You're not in the path of the center. You might not get a drop of rain. But well east, all the way to, say, Tallahassee, there will be very heavy rain. The Florida Peninsula is going to have very heavy rain. So this is a loaded system in that way. The east side is going to be much worse off. Our path then goes all the way up through the Midwest over the next few days, going through Tuesday to Wednesday. There will still be a core of that storm until it gets swept up with a cold front. And so inland flooding and inland tornado threat is also a potential. Can't discount what is going to be happening at the coastline. Tropical storm warnings are up from central Louisiana to the western side of the Florida Panhandle. And that's pretty telling because this part of the world is not in the cone. It is not going to be in the center, but we are expecting tropical storm conditions. So again, I know you've heard me say it several times. Carl's going to say it again. Don't just focus in on the path, on the cone for the center. It's all about impacts and what those impacts will be where you live. So let's go a little bit further into the details on that forecast, including that heavy rain threat. Carl, I think between the rain and the very kind of long duration of gusty winds, we're going to have some flooding. We're also going to have some power outages.
Yeah, no question about that. It's going to be a really tough weekend along a lot of the northern Gulf Coast. And this is a huge system, as Mark has been saying. And an important part about that is that very large systems take a long time to get more intense. A smaller system can get much stronger very quickly. When they're bigger, it takes more time to do that. And that's important because most of the model guidance has been really consistent about keeping this as a tropical storm. Take a look at some of the latest model guidance here for intensity, showing you tropical storm force winds at the peak going into Saturday evening and into Sunday, more towards high, mid-grade to high tropical storm force, but not reaching hurricane force. That's not to say that this is definitely not going to be a hurricane. We're not saying that. We're just saying it's more likely that it is going to be a tropical storm. So this large lumbering system slowly coming up here. We start to see things going downhill tomorrow afternoon, in particular in Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Continues to get worse through the night going into a Saturday night. And then Sunday morning, it's going to be peaking. Also, by the way, high tide on Sunday morning along a lot of the northern Gulf Coast. And that's going to mean maximum water level rise on Sunday morning. And then the system rapidly moves up into the north. So when can you expect those tropical storm force winds? Well, most likely they are going to be approaching tomorrow afternoon. And by the time we get into Saturday evening, they're starting to come on shore there in southern Louisiana. And by the time we get into Sunday morning, they're firmly going to be on shore in Louisiana, up into New Orleans, as well as into Mobile. In those areas, those winds are really going to start gusting up to 40, 50 miles per hour. Here's a look at a model forecast showing you how this could play out. So there you see 25 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts in New Orleans. That steps up going into Saturday night, continues to step up by the time we go into Sunday morning, 40 to 50 miles per hour. And again, this is at the time of that high tide. We're seeing that maximum water level rise there along with the push of wind. And so that's when you can expect perhaps that storm surge of 2 to 4 feet in parts of Louisiana and Mississippi, as well as in the Big Bend area of Florida. Well, beaches are closing and evacuations are already underway along areas of the Louisiana coast this evening, and meteorologist Mike Seidel has the latest.
Even though Tropical Storm Cristobal is still about 450 miles south of the mouth of the Mississippi River, we're starting to see the leading edge of the high clouds, the cirrus shield, that's rotating in here to Grand Isle, Louisiana. There it is. What a sunset this evening here on the Louisiana coast. You can see the orange now lighting up the horizon, and then just above the horizon, behind the stratus clouds, those gray clouds, that's the edge of the cirrus shield. Again, we're a long way from the center of Cristobal. It's going to be sometime later Sunday before that center makes landfall. But today we're starting to see the waves ramp up. This is video shot this afternoon just down the coast at the Grand Isle State Park. I'm out on the pier. You can see the waves rolling in. But this is nothing like we're going to see come Sunday and Sunday night. In fact, the Weather Service in their marine forecast predicting 15 to 20-foot breakers here on the beaches. We're also under a storm surge warning from here off to the mouth of the Mississippi and coastal parts of coastal Mississippi. That's where we could see 3 to 5 feet. Right here, we're expecting a 2 to 4 foot surge above where you have typically dry land, and the tropical storm warning, which also includes New Orleans. So we could have wind gusts here, 50, 60, maybe some 70-mile-an-hour gusts with some of the squalls, as Cristobal is scheduled to make landfall here sometime on Sunday evening. It could be right here in Grand Isle. This location, very susceptible and very used to tropical systems. In fact, about every 6.2 years, they take a direct hit from a hurricane.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. And let's go back to Mark now and talk more about the impacts along the northern Gulf Coast. And Mark, as you mentioned earlier, because this is such an asymmetrical storm, it's probably going to be a little breezy in Houston, but that's going to be about it.
Yeah, you know, that they're close to the path of the center, much closer than, say, what you'll be if you're located in the Florida Panhandle or the Florida Peninsula. But it's Florida that'll have much worse impacts than Houston. Houston will probably stay partly cloudy through the duration. New Orleans, not so lucky. Pensacola, not so lucky. Tallahassee, not so lucky. The Big Bend of Florida, probably not so lucky either. So, again, that east side is where all the action is going to be. Let's break down some of the timing for you, city by city for you. We'll go through the Houston area first because of the lack of storm potential. Maybe a pop-up storm on a Monday, which is not that different from any other day near the Gulf of Mexico, right? And warm with temperatures in the low to mid 90s. New Orleans, a very different story. The thunderstorm chances really, increase there, along with the wind. For Sunday, low 80s, thunderstorms, wind arriving Monday into Tuesday, still stormy also. That's where we're going to have the worst of the precipitation, 5 to 8 inches in that corridor from New Orleans to Biloxi. As for the winds, the earliest possible arrival time, that's what the the emergency management looks at to say you got to be done preparing by this time. After this, you're on borrowed time, is actually Saturday evening along that Gulf Coast. By Sunday morning, it's even getting inland. You do not want to, say, be putting up hurricane shutters and trying to nail up plywood or whatever. Once there's tropical storm force winds, it's just too dangerous to be holding up those big boards. That's why this product exists. Now, the more likely time of arrival is later on Sunday, even down towards the coast. But it'll all be raining. Will already be raining by that point. So keep that in mind. Now, Biloxi, Mississippi, one of those places bracing for the potential of feet of storm surge as well as Cristobal comes ashore. Meteorologist Felicia Combs was there earlier today checking on the preparations.
I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Biloxi, Mississippi, specifically in the Small Craft Harbor in Biloxi, actually the oldest harbor in the city. What you see behind me here, those are shrimping boats and fishing boats, and this weekend was supposed to be a very big deal for those boats. It was supposed to be the blessing of the fleet, but that has been postponed right now until next weekend. That officially marks kind of the beginning, the kickoff of shrimping season, but as you'll notice, that's not what we're seeing at all. We're not seeing boats kicking off. We're seeing boats tied down here in the harbor, and as they should be, as now this area is under a tropical storm warning and storm surge warning. Biloxi, in case you don't know, kind of surrounded on 3 sides by water. We've got the Bay of Biloxi, and then we've also got the Gulf of Mexico just past this barrier island that you see here, and that is going to be one of the things that we have to deal with in terms of the possibility for storm surge. Now, Biloxi, absolutely no stranger to flooding. In fact, Hurricane Hurricane Barry took nearly the same path that's predicted for Cristobal last year and brought quite a bit of flooding to this area. Now, we are going to be on the east side of the storm, and this storm has been a heavily easterly loaded storm. So while Biloxi not in the cone, still going to be feeling those impacts. This is going to be a big rain maker for the Biloxi area and also a big storm surge maker, especially for those low-lying flood-prone parts of the city. So while the weather has been absolutely beautiful for our Friday, changes are coming. I do expect the weather here to begin deteriorating as we head into Saturday night, and then the worst of it will be Sunday and into Sunday night as the storm is approaching. We are going to have that possibility for some tropical storm force winds, but again, the big issues with Cristobal here are going to be the storm surge, inundation possible, and the heavy flooding rains. Back to you.
Thank you, Felicia. That's Felicia Combs broadcasting for us in Biloxi, and we'll check back in with her through the duration of the storm. Now, Carl, you heard her mention that she was going to be watching that storm on the east side, that east-loaded storm, and it makes sense for Biloxi to get some of that weather, but you might be following places much farther east, like the Florida Peninsula, nowhere near the center, but there will be impacts there.
Yeah, you know, this is really a spectacular example of that. And there, by the way, is a live look at Tampa. It's quiet tonight. We expect to see a lot of rain this weekend. It's probably generally going to be about 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches in Tampa, but a lot more in the northern part of the state and up along that I-10 corridor. But we have often talked about the cone and why you don't want to focus on that. You know, I cannot tell you the number of times I've heard people say, well, I'm not in the cone. It really doesn't matter in a lot of cases. And here's the reason why. There's the cone. That cone is just showing you the probability of the center of circulation. And as you go out in time, the model forecast errors increase, and that's why it widens, because you're looking at that impact of that error increasing there. So take a look at that, the cone, relative to the rainfall, the heavy rainfall, and look how far off to the east that is. I mean, that is an incredible distance, well out all along the I-10 corridor from Louisiana on east into Mississippi, Alabama, through northern Florida, and across a lot of northern Florida. So many areas hundreds of miles away from where the center comes on shore are going to be in for a lot of rainfall. Here's a model forecast. You see those waves starting to come in tomorrow, continuing during the day on Saturday, stepping up most likely Saturday night and into Sunday morning. So some bouts of some very heavy rain. And all told, what we're thinking is probably about 3 to 5 inches in general across a lot of northern Florida. So that I-10 75 interchange there, that's Lake City towards Cross City, Tallahassee as well. And by the way, we're going to be looking at coastal flood concerns and certainly some storm surge issues, especially on Sunday morning when the winds are going to be maximizing and we've got a high tide. And then near Apalachicola, 5, 6, maybe 7 inches of rain in total there. So you could very easily be looking at some flooding. You're going to be looking at water coming in from the ocean with that storm surge, with that onshore push of wind, and also water falling on the land, trying to run back out to the ocean, but not being able to do that because you've got an onshore push. So all the way around, it's going to be a very serious flood threat here across northern parts of Florida. Also want to show you that high tide cycle. We talked about that. High tide Saturday morning as well as into Sunday morning, and that's when that storm surge is going to be maximizing. Much more coming up.
Hey, can I
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. Safe driver, save 40%. Guys.
Check it out. Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%. That's safe driver, save 40%.
It is. That's safe driver, save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here. Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Domino's is serious about food safety. That's why your pizza stays untouched after baking at 450 degrees. And now that every delivery is contactless, you can safely mix and match any 2 or more for just $5.99 each when you sit around the table, even if it's not the same table.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
1, 2, 3, 4. Can I have a little more? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I love you. Sail the ship, chop the tree. Look at me. All together now. All together now. All together now. All together now.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water. Look for kids packs from Nestle Pure Life. Fun designs and a perfect size just for your kid.
Here's to the road ahead. Trust Toyota to be here for you.
Your Toyota dealers are offering attractive lease deals on our most popular models, like Camry, named Best Midsize Car for the Money, and RAV4, the best-selling small SUV in America for the last 3 years. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost maintenance plan with 24/7 roadside assistance.
All from the brand you trust, today and tomorrow. Toyota.
Anyway. Take on me, take on me, take me on.
Every Troy built is tested to make yard work the best work. Troy built for life.
The most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, thunderstorms likely. Low 69. Chance of rain 80%. Saturday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 87. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday night, clear skies. Low 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I mean, if that doesn't say tropical storm, I don't know what does. This is from Cancun in Mexico, where one of the many batches of thunderstorms were moving on through. It really feels like a tropical storm, right? The raindrops are getting pulverized by the wind into those little tiny pieces of raindrops, so it just is like a curtain of water going by. The palm fronds all going sideways. It was a squally day, no doubt, and there is still some very heavy rain out there across Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. Unfortunately, there was already some flooding, some evacuations that were required across that area as well. Let's go through some of the latest details for you. Again, this hour we are anticipating the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, but as of the latest advisory, the 7 o'clock advisory, this was the center of our storm just north of the Yucatan, but that's important. It's over the water and moving north at about 13. And that track is set to continue over the next, say, 24 to 48 hours, bringing the path significantly closer to the U.S. And so we can follow that cone. Again, all the actions on that east side. Here's a look at the forecast cone. Going north towards the Louisiana coastline by sometime Sunday. Very important to remember that cone forecasts the center of circulation, not where all the impacts go. You are going to be impacted in Mobile, in Pensacola, in Tallahassee, in Jacksonville, in Tampa. That tropical feed on that east side is headed your way. So you'll have all kinds of rain. You'll have squally conditions, much more so than, say, Houston or even western Louisiana. You might not get that much at all. Even though you're very close to where the center will go, that west side is going to be drier, if not completely dry. And then it is important to follow the center too, especially as that core goes through Louisiana and up through Arkansas. It actually does consolidate a little bit. I think there will be a core of rain that comes into the Midwest. With that, a lot of spin, right? It'll hold some of that spin. It doesn't stop spinning just because it hits land. It loses some of the organization. You won't have as much wind, but you'll have a core of tropical rains and some spin aloft. And that means a tornado threat that'll be going inland. That's something that we'll be watching from Monday into Tuesday, maybe even into Wednesday up near the Great Lakes, and eventually it gets caught up with the front and moves away. Back towards the coast, we do have tropical storm warnings that are up. Again, remember, far outside that cone, all the way through Pensacola, the coast areas of the western Florida Panhandle, underneath tropical storm warnings, and back through Mobile to Gulfport to New Orleans and Grand Isle, with tropical storm watches towards Abbeville. Notice, again, that west side, you're so close to the center. The west side, that wind coming off the land, drier air, more shear. There's just not going to be as many impacts on that west side. As for the storm surge, you get that big storm and all that wind that's rotating around our low, tapping into all that moisture and sending it up, right? So you got that fetch of water going up and then getting caught by this bowl shape here from the Louisiana to Mississippi coastline. So you can imagine hours of that wind going in towards, say, the New Orleans area and towards Lake Pontchartrain, can't come back out as easily, so the water rise begins. And that's why the storm surge warning has been issued. But also that same shape is here in the Big Bend, and you're going to have north winds moving that water in. And so storm surge watches are also in place from Apalachicola all the way around to the Big Bend, not quite all the way down to, say, Tampa Bay, but through Cedar Key. Talk about not being anywhere near the center. I think that's a great example of how those impacts do really vary when you have an asymmetrical storm like this one. Flash flooding is a potential. Heavy rain. We've got flash flood watches for Mobile and interior Mississippi, flood watches that are up back towards Grand Isle, New Orleans, even into Baton Rouge. Heavy rain could cause some flooding. Then you've got the water rise for the storm surge. You also have the rivers that are trying to leave but can't. And so, a coastal flooding could occur, plus some overwash with some waves. This part of the coastline more infamous for surge than wave action, but there will be some waves on top of that. So coastal flooding is a concern here as well. It's a tropical storm. It brings all those tropical impacts along with it, but it's a large tropical storm, and I think that has some real impacts, Carl, when all is said and done. These big systems, they don't get intense as fast, but they also bring more of those impacts longer because of that large size.
Very long duration storm, Mark. No question about that. And we're going to be looking at winds that are going on basically all weekend along the northern Gulf Coast, even into the early part of next week. And let's take a look at how this is going to play out. So the wind is light tonight, but then as we step forward into tomorrow morning, they're starting to really pick up into the afternoon there. There you go, 10 o'clock in the morning. That, by the way, is when we're going to see a high tide. So we're starting to see some significant water level rises with that flow coming out of the east at that time. Winds gusting up and over tropical storm force, most likely in southern Louisiana. Then tomorrow night, it really starts to crank there in southern Louisiana. Winds 35 to 40 miles per hour in New Orleans, and that's also going to be the case in Pensacola. Then going into Sunday morning, you see the stronger winds starting to penetrate farther inland. Sunday morning, another critical time, another high tide, and you've got this onshore push that is coming into that concave area that Mark talked about, that area of coastline that's sort of C-shaped and can catch more water. You've also got a very shallow continental shelf, and all the way around with that onshore push, that's what we're going to be talking about 3 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, water level rise above normally dry ground. That's really going to be dangerous. Even into Sunday night, still very strong winds. In fact, the wind's actually getting stronger as the center of circulation is coming up and into the northern part of the Gulf Coast, maybe gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour in Pensacola, well away from that center, several hours drive away from that center. Then here we go into Monday morning. You've still got strong winds on Monday morning. You've still got an onshore push and yet another high tide there. So a long duration event across the northern Gulf Coast. We'll have much more on this storm in just a few minutes.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Domino's is serious about food safety. That's why your pizza stays untouched after baking at 450 degrees. And now that every delivery is contactless, you can safely mix and match any 2 or more for just $5.99 each when you sit around the table, even if it's not the same table.
The story of the Kind Mini. We took the full-size bar and cut it in half. So the next time it's 3 o'clock and you want some delicious dark chocolate, grab a dark chocolate nuts and sea salt mini with whole almonds and just 90 calories. It's a kinder way to satisfy.
These are extraordinary times, and we want to thank the extraordinary people in the healthcare community working to care for all of us. At Novartis, we promise to do our part. As always, we're doing everything we can to help keep Cosentyx accessible and affordable. If you have any questions at all, call us, email us, visit us online. We're here to help support you when you need us. Take care and be well. To learn more, call 1-844-COSENTYX or visit Cosentyx.com.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Huh. Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When it comes to longevity, who has the highest percentage of its vehicles still on the road today? Subaru. When it comes to best overall value, who does IntelliChoice rank #1? Subaru. And when it comes to safety, who has more 2020 IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus winning vehicles? More than Toyota, Honda, and Hyundai combined? Subaru. It's easy to love a car you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models, now through June 30th.
They are the heroes, the helpers, working on the front lines. And here's one small way that you can help them in return. Complete your 2020 census today. 2020 census data helps communities plan funding for hospitals, clinics, and emergency services across the country. An accurate count helps public health officials know who is at risk, and first responders identify the resources they need to protect our communities. Complete your census at 2020census.gov and help shape our future.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and only one thing can make a morning like this any nicer.
A hearty, hefty, good-tasting breakfast.
With eggs, bacon, sausage, cheese, and taters.
And when you finish, you know you had something to eat.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
Thank you for being a friend. Traveled down the road and back again. Your heart is true, you're a pal and a confidant.
With Dish, you get the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR. It lets you record up to 16 shows at once.
Huh?
Why so many?
See you in the morning. Okay, bye, Sounds great.
Because we know more shows can help you make the most of the perfect girls' night in.
Record up to 16 shows at once. Dish, tuned in to you.
Gosh, parts of Mexico still struggling with wind, rain, and more. From Cristobal, more than 2 feet of rain. It was actually driving people from their homes, and it's still falling through many areas as Cristobal only slowly moves into the Gulf and back north. But some of those impacts are thus headed towards the U.S. coastline. Welcome back. We're staying live with you tonight, tracking Tropical Storm Cristobal as it gains strength in the Gulf of Mexico. It starts organizing again, moving north towards the U.S. Gulf Coast. And so let's go through exactly what we're following right now. That includes kind of the latest stats on our storm. I want to bring in storm specialist Carl Parker. He's in the lab tonight. And Carl, we're watching an organizing storm in the Gulf.
Yeah, that's right. And fortunately, it's not going to be organizing too quickly. It's a very large circulation, and larger storms take a lot of time to ramp up and also to weaken. It's the ones that are really small that can get really strong really fast and also dissipate very, very quickly. So you've got a huge storm here that's really asymmetrical. All the weather is on the east and northeast side of that circulation, and it's just going to run out of time, essentially. If it had more time out over open water, we could be talking about a stronger storm, and it's still possible that it becomes a hurricane, but most of the model guidance has been really consistent about keeping it a tropical storm, a strong tropical storm as it moves in most likely on Sunday. So right now, 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's moving north at 13 miles per hour, about 500 miles south of the mouth of the Mississippi. We're going to start to feel the impacts tomorrow, again, because it's a really large storm, and that weather is well away from the center. And then the core the storm is going to be coming in during the day on Sunday, and we're going to be looking at very strong winds developing Saturday night, Sunday morning, and continuing through the day on Sunday. Big push of onshore flow, a lot of heavy rain from the center and on eastward, and not much weather at all on the west side of the circulation. It's pretty amazing. As you go from New Orleans out to the east, you can get all the way into northern Florida, and you're still dealing with this tropical storm. But you go out to the west, to Lake Charles, to Houston, you're not going to be talking about much weather at all. It's going to be a little gusty, and that's probably about it. You will get on some rain in central Louisiana. But again, a very large circulation here. And you can see also the presence of this dry air indicated by the orange shading. That, too, is going to be a limiting factor. When you've got a large area of warm and humid air completely surrounding the circulation, makes it easier for thunderstorms to organize about the center. In this case, this dry air is intruding, getting in on the west and southern side of the circulation, making it a little bit harder for the center to become more organized. And without an organized center, you also don't see a storm that rapidly intensifies. So for all of those reasons, we think it's most likely going to be a tropical storm, but it is possible that it does make it to hurricane status. So tropical storm warnings up along the coast. And again, the center likely comes into Louisiana, but impacts well out to the east. So tropical storm warnings all the way up through northwest Florida. You've got this huge area of strong winds on the east side of the storm. And that flow, that easterly and southeasterly flow, is going to be pushing water towards the coast. And that's going to give us that water level rise. And of particular importance to us are the high tide cycles. Those are going to be tomorrow morning and then also on Sunday morning. Storm surge warning in effect, southern Mississippi and southeastern Louisiana. Well, life-threatening storm surge and tropical storm force winds, very real probabilities this weekend along the Gulf Coast. And meteorologist Mike Seidel has the latest from Grand Isle, Louisiana.
We're still about 2 days away from a landfall of Tropical Storm Cristobal. It's now back in the Gulf of Mexico. It's steaming this way, and we expect a landfall sometime Sunday evening or Sunday night, and it could be right here in Grand Isle. This is a barrier island about 2 hours south of New Orleans. No stranger to tropical activity. In fact, on average, about every 2.3 years, they get a brush by from either a hurricane or a tropical storm, and a direct hit from a hurricane about every 6.2 years. So they're used to this stuff. Meanwhile, the surf gradually rolling in. High tides, by the way, Sunday, late morning, late evening. That's a key on the timing of the landfall. And we'll start to see the swell arrive, the waves out ahead of the system tomorrow and tomorrow night. And by Sunday, we could be looking at 15 to 20 footers. Storm surge values predicted here 2 to 4 feet. And there's a tropical storm warning up, of course, for here and also the city of New Orleans. So the major impacts rolling in beginning tomorrow night and certainly through Sunday night and even Monday morning, leftover rain and a strong south wind. Because of that, there was a mandatory evacuation for Grand Isle. That kicks in at 6 a.m. on Saturday morning.
Mike, thank you very much. And let's take a look at the radar right now and the latest on the storm. Again, a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm. You see all of that weather, that bright color there is the very deep cloud, convective cloud, all off to the north and east of that center. Much more coming up.
Ignition.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the RDX.
One specific person I was able to help was a man from Chicago. He was elderly and he couldn't leave his home. And I was able to help him set up an online account so that he can make his payment through the phone. I didn't do much, but I felt like it was a lifeline for him.
What overheated underwear feels like. What Duluth Armachillo underwear feels like. Duluth Trading Armachillo underwear. Put 'em on ice. Only at Duluth Trading.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, dab.
Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
Hold my pouch. Trust us. Us kids are ready to take things into our own hands. Don't think so? Hold my pouch.
And Doug.
Give me your hand! I can save you! Lots of money with Liberty Mutual. We customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Make your summer everything it can be and discover what's possible at Lowe's.
To America's frontline responders, thank you. Tide Cleaners is offering free laundry services to the family of frontline responders. Visit hope.tidecleaners.com to learn more.
Tropical storm and storm surge watches are now in effect for portions of Louisiana. We continue to believe that the greatest threats will be heavy rainfall and flash flooding, river flooding, with minor to moderate coastal flooding as well due to storm surge. Wind impacts will depend upon the exact track, intensity, and structure of the storm, obviously, but winds up to 60 miles per hour are possible.
And we have some new information to tell you, the latest advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. And we told you that that organization and strengthening trend was going to continue. The latest data confirms that. The National Hurricane Center has been getting data in from the Air Force hurricane hunters as well as from the NOAA aircraft in the vicinity of the storm. So now the top wind speed has been bumped up just a little bit, 45 miles per hour. That is a change. That is up from 40 miles per hour from the last advisory. Again, this is the 11 o'clock Eastern time, 10 o'clock Central, so a little bit before the hour, but they're getting that data out to everybody. We're starting to break it down for you right now. So just in, newest change, 45 miles per hour. The pressure holding steady at 998, but that forward speed has ticked up 1 mile per hour. It was going at 13 miles per hour, now going due north still at 14 miles per hour. So not much different, but every little piece of information that comes in from the the hurricane hunters, from the National Hurricane Center, vital data that goes into the forecast models and helps give a better forecast down the line. So that's why we're going through all the ins and outs of these changes. Now, we're still 440 miles due south of the mouth of the Mississippi River. If we were to keep a due north path that whole time, that would, send us right in towards the New Orleans area by late on Sunday at this current speed. But that's not exactly the forecast track. We're anticipating a slight curl to the west. That said, again, we'll show you the latest cone. There's some wiggle room as to where exactly that center is going to go. Still, kind of a asymmetrical storm. The thunderstorm action is all on the east side of this. There's almost no activity going on across the west. The white line you see here is the path. It was a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm before making landfall there in Mexico. Did a little tour of northern Mexico, came through the Yucatan Peninsula, now back out over the Gulf of Mexico and starting to organize again. You can see what's lacking, though, is a lot of deep convection near that center. It is very asymmetrical. All of the activity, the thunderstorm action is, well displaced out here, well away from the center. It's not right in here, at least not yet. There's at least a few banding features that are trying to wrap around that north side. The more of that we see, the more put together a storm we will have. So let's take a look at that latest cone, that latest forecast cone, getting that latest information for you. So sorry for the jumping there. 50-mile-per-hour storm now, and here we'll run that through you again so you'll get all of the latest information. Just off the coast, still forecast to go to close to 60 miles per hour. But once it starts interacting with land, we'll start to lose some of that wind. The core still forecast to go over southeast Louisiana. Do not forget that this is a large storm. There's almost no action near the center right now. If that trend continues, it's all of this area that will see the worst of the weather, way outside where the center goes. But it is important to follow that center northbound, including through Tuesday, if not Wednesday, into the Midwest and the Great Lakes, because there could be a, tornado threat and a inland flood threat that goes along with it. No significant changes to the tropical storm warnings as of this time. Still following central Louisiana and back into the western side of the Florida Panhandle for where the worst of the tropical storm force winds will be. That is, however, well outside of where the center goes. Now, of course, keeping in mind all of this, based on the current forecast track, New Orleans is right there in the crosshairs of Cristobal's path. No sign of tropical troubles there yet by any stretch, but the proverbial calm before the storm. Now is the time to make sure you are prepared for any damaging winds, flooding, and in this case, maybe power outages that last a while. The Louisiana coast under that tropical storm warning, storm surge warnings as well, right on through the weekend. And we know that Hurricane Katrina in 2005 shined the light on how devastating a tropical system can be for New Orleans. The city has made drastic improvements to its levee system since Katrina, but the question is always, is it enough?
New Orleans sits close to the hurricane-prone Gulf, surrounded by water and dissected by canals. And worse, much of the city sits below sea level. New Orleans is built in a bowl. Once water comes into the city, it has nowhere to go, trapping residents and making evacuation almost impossible. That can lead to a large loss of life. The Army Corps of Engineers has implemented a risk reduction system, but it is not a risk elimination system. During Katrina, storm surge rushed into the city when flood walls failed, drowning the lower 9th Ward with water up to roofs. Today, it would be different. These walls should stand, but a strong hurricane coming at just the wrong angle can produce storm surge even higher than these massive walls. Water would pour into the city even without a levee failure, and the calculation is a wrong Category 2 hurricane could be enough to do it. As neighborhoods like the lower 9th Ward rebuild behind the flood walls, there's a new and surprising worry. Officials' biggest concern is complacency. The city hasn't seen a large storm since Katrina, and they are worried people will find reasons not to listen to evacuation orders. Residents need to evacuate, but evacuating isn't easy in the Big Easy. One estimate is that it could take 44 hours to get everybody out of New Orleans and to clear the roads.
Of course, there probably won't be widespread evacuations, at least into New Orleans. We've heard of some, depending on what you live in, near, say, Grand Isle and right along the mouth of the Mississippi. However, New Orleans is expecting some squally weather, increased wind, increased rain. You've got a tropical storm warning that's been put in place. That not only New Orleans, but of course New Orleans is included in that. Here's a look at the latest European model, keeping that northward motion through Sunday morning, then a bit of a jog westbound. So you wind up keeping that onshore flow for quite a while, wind and rain that could cause power outages.
Listen. That's the sound of organic beer being made. Michelob Ultra Pure Gold. Beer in its organic form.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clear skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Motorcycle riders love the open road, and Geico loves helping riders get to where they're going. So to help even more, Geico is giving new and current customers a 15% credit on their motorcycle policies with the Geico Give Back. And because we're committed for the long haul, the credit lasts your full policy term. The Geico Give Back, helping riders focus on the road ahead.
When you eat Reese's for dessert, is it over too fast? Well, then chill your Reese's. You'll eat it slower. I wouldn't know. I swallow mine whole. Like a duck. Not sorry. Reese's.
Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack an Egg, packed with real potatoes, veggies, meat, and cheese. Just add a fresh egg for a hot scramble in less than 2 minutes to get those warm, fuzzy feelings again. Take breakfast back. Find it in the egg.
Moving can be hectic, but with Spectrum, you can easily transfer your TV, internet, and voice to your new place. Plus, you can request to self-install your services and do it on your schedule with step-by-step instructions included. If not, we're happy to take care of it with 1-hour appointment windows, tech on the way alerts, and professional installation. Schedule your move by calling 855-378-7754. And don't forget to ask how you can save on your mobile bill with Spectrum Mobile.
Welcome to Gulo's Specialty Foods. The Gulo family brings you only the highest quality standards for all your seafood needs. The best quality Chilean sea bass, whole bronzino, restaurant quality tuna, swordfish steaks, jumbo shrimp, and much more. And most importantly, when you want only the highest quality octopus you can buy, come to Gulo's. Visit octopussmart.com today to schedule curbside pickup or home delivery. That's octopussmart.com. Remember Gulo when you want the very best.
It's almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees with light rain. Tonight, thunderstorms likely. Low 69. Chance of rain 80%. Saturday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 87. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday night, clear skies. Low 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, check this out. This is wind and rain lashing Cancun, Mexico. And you might be thinking, well, wow, is that what this storm looks like in Mexico? And the answer is yes and no. To some extent, that is the storm, but in other ways it's not. And let me explain. We had a round of thunderstorms that came through Cancun. And generally speaking, when you've got a tropical system, the winds are much stronger aloft, off the surface of the earth. And so when you get thunderstorms that come through, what they'll do is they'll bring some of that stronger wind aloft down to the ground. So generally speaking, you find the strongest winds in these bands of thunderstorms that come through. So certainly it was pretty bad as that came through, but that was not likely what they saw for a significant part of the day. However, we do expect the storm to get more organized. It's going to get stronger. And one of the worst parts of the storm is going to be the storm surge, we think, along the northern Gulf Coast, because it's a very large circulation. And hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb joins us now with a look at what kinds of surge we could expect from Cristobal.
It has been a very long week in southern Mexico and Central America. Flooding rains that have turned deadly. And now, large tropical storm Cristobal is going to make its move across the Gulf of Mexico this weekend, bringing to our coastline and to inland areas a number of wind and especially water impacts. One of them is storm surge. It's saltwater flooding coming onto normally dry ground. One of the reasons we're so vulnerable in the Gulf of Mexico is the shape of the coastline. I mean, look at that concave shape that allows it to behave kind of like a catcher's mitt and captures the water that is pushed northward on the east side of the storm. But even more than that, we have this very wide continental shelf. The distance between the beach and when it finally starts getting deep is very wide. And so when the water is pushed toward the coastline, it's more apt to continue on and go on to normally dry ground. A more narrow continental shelf, we'd be seeing more breaking waves at the coastline. So we're very vulnerable throughout the entire Gulf of Mexico to storm surge. Now, you throw a large tropical storm into the mix, you don't even need a hurricane to produce life-threatening saltwater flooding. Watch how large this system is going to be, and it's going to be lopsided with most of the winds and the water on the east side. Look at that distance between the center of circulation and the west coast of Florida. It's going to be this expansive wind field, a long fetch, pushing the salt water northward into the north central and northeastern Gulf of Mexico. A lot of big waves out in the Gulf, large swells propagating northward, and then when the system gets close to landfall, if the onshore push is timed with high tide, that's when we could have a maximum in storm surge flooding that could exceed that roughly 3-foot threshold where it's life-threatening. Now, because of the large size of the system, we're going to see persistent onshore flow that could create some amount of saltwater flooding all the way from Louisiana down to the southwest coast of Florida. But the areas that we're most concerned about would be southeast Louisiana and portions of the Mississippi coastline and that oh so vulnerable Big Bend area of Florida where the waters are so shallow and it just catches the water with the shape of that coastline. Now, what do you do in the face of these storm surge and coastal flooding hazards? You get out when local officials tell you to go.
All right, Dr. Rick Knabb, thank you so much. And we have the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of 11 p.m. Comes in a little bit earlier, 11 Eastern, 10 Central. Now a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm, so it is slowly strengthening and also moving a little bit more quickly north at 14 miles per hour, now 440 miles south of the mouth of the Mississippi River. We think the impacts are going to be being felt tomorrow, certainly along the southern part of Louisiana, and then it's going to just continue to get worse into tomorrow evening and certainly so into Sunday morning. This is the latest forecast track and intensities from the National Hurricane Center, and you see the storm getting up to strong tropical storm intensity, and the models have been pretty consistent on that point, and I'll explain why here in just a second. So we think it's most likely going to be not a hurricane but a strong tropical storm, but a very large storm, and the impacts are going to be felt well away from that center all across the northern Gulf Coast into Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi. So a lot of people being affected by this storm over the next several days. Here is a part of what Dr. Knabb was talking about, an absolutely enormous circulation covering a huge area of the Gulf of Mexico. And you see all this weather extending from the center of circulation out to the north here and out to the east. And that is going to be the structure of this storm as it comes up and into the northern Gulf Coast. So we expect that weather to be well away from the center. Now, Another thing that you see here is this dry air, that orange color, wrapping in on the west side of the circulation. And some of that air comes in underneath the circulation and gets in towards the center of the circulation. That, too, is going to bother the system a little bit. When you've got warm and humid air wrapped completely around a circulation, makes it a lot easier for thunderstorms to form about that center and a lot easier for the storm to become more organized and get stronger more quickly. When you've got some dry air infiltrating, that process takes a lot longer. And that's another part of the reason why we think it is most likely going to top out as a tropical storm. But don't think that it's not going to be a threat. It certainly is going to be a threat because it is such a large storm. We've got tropical storm warnings in effect, and storm surge is also going to be an enormous issue because of the nature of the coastline there, because you've got a very shallow continental shelf, and because it is a large circulation that's going to be coming up through several high tide cycles, most notably starting tomorrow, but Sunday morning is when those winds are going to maximize along with the high tide cycle. We're going to have much more on Cristobal coming up in just a few minutes.
Your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. Get full prescription strength Pat-A-Day. One drop once a day, relief that lasts all day. Pat-A-Day, now without a prescription, everywhere.
Looks like they picked the wrong getaway driver.
Gonna be paying for this for a long time.
They will, but with accident forgiveness. Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident, even if it's your fault.
Cut! Sonny.
Is that good?
Line. The desert never lies.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you were talking about Allstate and insurance.
I just want to...
Let's try again. Everybody back to one.
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
When your car console gives you, DQ gives you the 2 for $4 super snack menu. Mix and match any 2 snacks like a Twisty Misty and a chili dog. All day, all for $4. Look for drive-thru and takeout options at your DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
Domino's is serious about food safety. That's why your pizza stays untouched after baking at 450 degrees. And now that every delivery is contactless, you can safely mix and match any 2 or more for just $5.99 each when you sit around the table, even if it's not the same table.
Look! The Jolly Rancher gummies are about to hatch.
I heard they taste just as intense as Jolly Ranchers.
Welcome to the world, new Jolly Rancher gummies.
Would you like to try a burger made with plants?
Plants.
It's delicious, and I am a kid, so if I like it...
Morningstar Farms. Grilling at home just got easier with America's favorites made from plants.
What do we want for dinner? Burgers! I want a sugar cookie! I want a bucket of chicken! I want...
It's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft for the win-win.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water. Look for kids packs from Nestle Pure Life. Fun designs and a perfect size just for your kids.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. New Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times Oxy Boost and Febreze.
Intense wind, rain, and more from Cristobal slamming parts of Mexico tonight. In about 48 hours, these kinds of conditions are going to be moving north into parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast. We know that there's nearly 40 million people in the cone, but that's not the only area that could see dangerous weather from this tropical storm. There have been evacuations ordered on portions of the Louisiana coast, and, well, if you're in places like New Orleans, you need to be preparing. Houston, a close call. That west side will probably be much quieter. And then here's a look at the latest path. We're going to dissect what has changed from this and what hasn't coming up with the latest advisory now in from the National Hurricane Center. Thanks for sticking with us tonight. I'm Storm Specialist Mark Elliott. You'll also see Storm Specialist Carl Parker. He's in the lab, and we're going to be going over the very latest information on Cristobal to keep you prepared from this storm, and really so you know what kind of impacts are coming your way. So you heard me mention it, that latest advisory is in. The 11 o'clock Eastern time, 10 o'clock Central advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. Let's go through, in case you're just tuning in, what has changed as of this latest advisory. One of the bigger changes is the strength of the wind. Now up to 45 miles per hour again. Earlier today it was at 40 miles per hour. Not a huge change, but it is indeed a change. It shows us that we've got some organization. There have been both NOAA aircraft and Hurricane Air Force aircraft in this storm and around that outside area, surveying the environment, getting that data back into the models, and getting real-time measurements of the wind. They helped confirm that 45 mile per hour wind speed. The pressure holding steady, the movement still north, but now just a little bit faster, going north at 14 miles per hour. So with that, we're about 440 miles due south of the mouth of the Mississippi, and still all the action, the thunderstorm activity is on that east side. There is some shear in the environment here, different wind directions with height, preventing an easy time to get those thunderstorms to wrap all the way around. But what you can see happening is at least some blow up of thunderstorms there on the north edge. We'll see if that can get right around the center and start hinting at some more robust organization and maybe some intensification to the winds. This is a large storm. Look how sprawled out that cloud shield is from Fort Myers all the way back to the center of the storm. We've got some of that cloud shield spreading out. These big storms don't usually intensify very quickly. They take a long time to spin up and a long time to spin down. So that means inland impacts down the road, because again, there will be a long time for this thing to spin down, to stop spinning. Let's take a look at that latest forecast, the path of the center, not the path of the impacts, but the path of the center. We keep saying that because there's going to be all kinds of rain on that east edge. So, you could argue just as much rain in Mobile and Pensacola and maybe all the way to Jacksonville as there will be in New Orleans to Biloxi, much closer to the center of the storm. But the Houston area is just as close to the cone as Mobile, more or less. You might not see a drop of rain at all in Houston. This is going to be an east side. So that's why we're looking at the center. It is east of the center where all the impacts will be. Forecast still calls for a 60 mile per hour, so a strong tropical storm in the northern Gulf, then making landfall sometime late Sunday, continuing to move inland, and it may even organize a little bit, a more organized kind of ball of shower and thunderstorm action after landfall, kind of bringing all the bands together, and that includes going inland back over the Mississippi River again, which is still in flood stage to the north here, so more rain there, not a good thing. And with that spin continuing, a tornado threat that will likely go pretty far inland. These tropical systems often have a lot of shear, a lot of spin, and although shear is bad, as I mentioned, on that west side of the storm for organization for the storms in the tropics, we know shear is actually really good for a thunderstorm and for tornado potential. So that probability increases even inland. So tropical storm warnings are up over the inland areas, and Carl, these storm surge warnings continue across southeast Louisiana into Mississippi as well, not to mention the storm surge watches for the Big Bend of Florida and the rest of southern and eastern Louisiana.
Yeah, such a large circulation, and that's a big part of why we're going to be looking at a significant surge threat across the northern Gulf Coast. And at this point, it looks like it's most likely going to be a tropical storm. We can't completely rule out it getting a little bit stronger, perhaps becoming a hurricane, but the model guidance has been very consistent on this point, and it's a really large circulation. It's harder for large circulations to ramp up quickly. It's also hard for them to weaken very quickly, so it's going to be in our hair for quite some time. It's going to be a long duration event that starts tomorrow, continues through Sunday, continues into Monday, doesn't really wind down until Tuesday along the northern Gulf Coast. There's the model guidance showing you the intensity forecast there, topping out at mid-grade to high-grade tropical storm. But I want you to notice the size of this wind field. It is enormous, a huge area of strong winds, and that's what's going to help to pile up the water as it gets closer to the coast. So there we're looking at tomorrow afternoon. The winds are really starting to pick up especially in southern Louisiana, those areas of land that jut out into the Gulf. Then by Sunday morning, it is going to be cranking, and we're going to be looking at a high tide cycle on Sunday morning around the middle of the morning, right as the very strong winds are coming in to that concave nature of the coastline there, and that's why we're going to be maximizing the storm surge threat on Sunday morning. Certainly tomorrow morning is going to be a concern. The winds will be picking up, and so we will see some water level rises, but I think Sunday morning is when it's going to be peaking there, and it may continue into Monday morning as well with yet another high tide cycle. So here's a look at the arrival of the tropical storm force winds. And obviously, by this time, you want to have all your preparations completed. We think they're going to start to come in overnight tomorrow night into early Sunday morning. Through the morning on Sunday, they'll continue to move up through New Orleans, through Mobile, and then through Sunday, they'll continue to press up into parts of southern Louisiana and also into Mississippi. So here's what that looks like more specifically. Winds pretty light right now, but starting to pick up tomorrow morning. Then we go into the afternoon, 35, 40 miles per hour in New Orleans there. Then that's into Saturday evening. Watch what happens then by Sunday morning. And so we're really looking at very strong winds Sunday morning, 40 to 50 miles per hour. And you're seeing this very strong onshore push coming into that coastline there. And that's why there is this concern for a 3 to 5 foot water level rise, parts of Louisiana and also in Mississippi. That's where we really have to be concerned. And beaches are closing and evacuations are already underway along areas of the Louisiana coast this evening. Meteorologist Mike Seidel has the latest.
Even though Tropical Storm Cristobal is still about 450 miles south of the mouth of the Mississippi River, we're starting to see the leading edge of the high clouds, the cirrus shield, that's rotating in here to Grand Isle, Louisiana. There it is. What a sunset this evening here on the Louisiana coast. You can see the orange now lighting up the horizon, and then just above the horizon, behind the stratus clouds, those gray clouds, that's the edge of the cirrus shield. Again, we're a long way from the center of Cristobal. It's going to be sometime later Sunday before that center makes landfall. But today we're starting to see the waves ramp up. This is video shot this afternoon just down the coast at the Grand Isle State Park. I'm out on the pier. You can see the waves rolling in. But this is nothing like we're going to see come Sunday and Sunday night. In fact, the Weather Service in their marine forecast predicting 15 to 20 foot breakers here on the beaches. We're also under a storm surge warning from here off to the mouth of the Mississippi and coastal parts of coastal Mississippi. That's where we could see 3 to 5 feet. Right here we're expecting a 2 to 4 foot surge above where you have typically dry land, and the tropical storm warning, which also includes New Orleans. So we could have wind gusts here, 50, 60, maybe some 70-mile-an-hour gusts of some of the squalls as Cristobal is scheduled to make landfall here sometime on Sunday evening. It could be right here in Grand Isle. This location, very susceptible and very used to tropical systems. In fact, about every 6.2 years, they take a direct hit from a hurricane.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. And as we've been talking about, a really large circulation. And Mark, you know, the center of the circulation coming in near New Orleans, 300 miles to the east in Apalachicola, we're going to be looking at serious rainfall and surge impacts. 300 miles to the west in Houston, probably not going to be too bad of a day.
Yeah, you know, if anything, it might be even hotter than it otherwise would be because there's going to be a little bit of that sinking dry air on that west side of the storm. So a place like Houston, certainly interior Texas is really going to be baking. It is going to be extremely hot. Houston in the low 80s, New Orleans in the low 80s. New Orleans are going to get the rain. Houston, you're probably not. And currently the forecast this weekend in Houston calls for temperatures in the mid-90s, but it would not at all surprise me if some of you jump to the upper 90s to near 100, and then in the wake of the storm, you'll certainly be there. But that may start a little bit early for those really warm temperatures because you're on that west side where there's going to be that sinking air and there's going to be even a higher pressure than you may otherwise have had. And then you go into New Orleans. New Orleans is going to be a lot of rain, a lot of wind, a long duration wind event with all that rain means power outage problems. Look at the totals here, 5, 6, 7 inches of rain from the New Orleans region to Biloxi. Now again, Biloxi and eastbound, not in the cone. but you are in the rain. So that is something to keep in mind as well. So let's break down that threat that Cristobal poses for the Gulf Coast, starting with the area from Houston to New Orleans. Cities along the Texas coast urging residents to prepare now. There's a state of emergency in effect across Louisiana. New Orleans closing some of its river gates and making sure that the city's drainage system is ready to handle the rain and possible storm surge. Now, we know that New Orleans is such a vulnerable spot as well. We want to go now to Biloxi, because I mentioned Biloxi with regards to how much water, how much rain could happen. There's also a storm surge threat there. Meteorologist Felicia Combs was there earlier today checking on the preparations.
I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Biloxi, Mississippi, specifically in the Small Craft Harbor in Biloxi, actually the oldest harbor in the city. What you see behind me here, those are shrimping boats and fishing boats, and this weekend was supposed to be a very big deal for those boats. It was supposed to be the blessing of the fleet, but that has been postponed right now until next weekend. That officially marks kind of the beginning, the kickoff of shrimping season, but as you'll notice, that's not what we're seeing at all. We're not seeing boats kicking off. We're seeing boats tied down here in the harbor, and as they should be, as now this area is under a tropical storm warning and storm surge warning. Biloxi, in case you don't know, kind of surrounded on three sides by water. We've got the Bay of Biloxi, and then we've also got the Gulf of Mexico just past this barrier island that you see here, and that is going to be one of the things that we have to deal with in terms of the possibility for storm surge. Now, Biloxi, absolutely no stranger to flooding. In fact, Hurricane Barry took nearly the same path that's predicted for Cristobal last year and brought quite a bit of flooding to this area. Now, we are going to be on the east side of the storm, and this storm has been a heavily easterly loaded storm. So while Biloxi not in the cone, still going to be feeling those impacts. This is going to be a big rain maker for the Biloxi area and also a big storm surge maker, especially for those low-lying flood-prone parts of the city. So while the weather has been absolutely beautiful for our Friday, changes are coming. I do expect the weather here to begin deteriorating as we head into Saturday night, and then the worst of it will be Sunday and into Sunday night as the storm is approaching. We are going to have that possibility for some tropical storm force winds, but again, the big issues with Cristobal here are going to be the storm surge, inundation possible, and the heavy flooding rains. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, 7 inches of rain goes a long way. That's Felicia reporting for us from the Biloxi area. And so, Carl, we've got all of the impacts from an upcoming tropical system. And I think people focus so much on that center path and that path of the cone. In years past, when the errors were so large, I think the cone actually did encompass a lot of the impacts. But now that the forecast has gotten better, most of the impacts are actually outside that cone.
Yeah, and I've heard a lot of people say over the years, well, I'm in the cone or I'm not in the cone, and use that as a sort of barometer for what their level of threat was. And this is a prime example of why that's not a really good measuring stick. Take a look at where the cone is right now, and we'll show you that in just a moment. I want to take a look at Tampa, and it is a nice night right now. It's 75 degrees, not too bad at all. We expect to see a lot of wet weather coming up this weekend, probably about 1 or 2 inches of rain in total. Might be a little bit more than that from time to time, and some stronger thunderstorms, but the heaviest of rain is going to be farther north, more towards Lake City and Tallahassee and along that I-10 corridor. So here is that cone that we talk about, and then I want you to see where the rainfall is going to be relative to that cone. Some of it's in the cone, but most of it is not. There's going to be a huge area of heavy rain that is outside of the cone, especially southern Mississippi, and then right across the I-10 corridor, points farther south and into northern Florida. And let's talk a little bit more about northern Florida. Probably about 4 to 5 inches, Pensacola and Sandestin in those areas. It is going to be a washout of a weekend. Same story around Tallahassee, about 4 inches, we'll say there, maybe 3 to 4 in Lake City, and about 4 to 5 in Apalachicola. And you want to keep in mind, this is one of those areas where we're going to see that big onshore push of water, and you've got that concave nature to the coastline. So we've got a storm surge threat of 2 to 4 feet in that Big Bend area. At the same time, very heavy rain is going to be coming down, and the water is going to be trying to run back out and into the ocean. It's going to have a hard time doing that with the onshore push of water. So that's going to increase the chances of seeing coastal flooding in these areas. There's going to be a really significant threat for storm surge and coastal flooding in these areas because you've got the water coming from two sides, coming from the ocean and also coming from inland areas. Also want to show you the high tide cycle here. That's an important part of this. We're talking about high tide coming in tomorrow morning as well as into Sunday morning. And so those are going to be the critical times, and particularly Sunday morning, because that's where we're going to see that maximum push of onshore flow. We'll have much more on this dangerous storm coming up in just a few minutes right here on the Weather Channel.
Frito-Lay Variety Packs presents Totally Unrealistic, Never Gonna Happen in a Million Years Mom Fantasies.
Mother, thank you for planning such an enriching camping trip for us.
Please accept this as a token of our appreciation.
Now let us sing to you.
This'll never happen, but this might.
There's like no reception.
I got charity tech. bugs!
Dibs on the Fritos!
Frito-Lay Variety Packs, packed with possibilities.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like.
What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3, because 3 is better than 1.
Just between us, cleaning with a mopping bucket is such a hassle. Ugh. Well, I switched to Swiffer WetJet, and it's awesome. It's an all-in-one that absorbs dirt and grime deep inside, and it helps prevent streaks and haze. Stop cleaning and start Swiffering.
Feel like getting back out there? Nissan is ready to help you with a bold, award-winning lineup. Kick off summer with no payments for 3 months. Plus, we'll cover your payments for up to 2 more months. Or get 0% financing on 13 models for up to 84 months. Shop at home at nissanusa.com.
Constant hand washing causes hands to dry and crack. Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
For over 75 years, people have saved money with Geico. Sorry.
Here we go, from the top, and action.
For over 75 years, people have saved money with Gecko.
Cut it.
What did I say? Gecko. I said Gecko. Oh. For over 75 years...
Keep it together.
I'm good. For over 70... What are you doing there? Stop making me laugh.
Geico, saving people money for over 75 years.
Don't look at me.
It's summertime, so get ready to sizzle and sweat because it's only getting hotter. But when you've had enough of the heat, stay cool with Petro.
Petro.
That's right. For over 50 years, Petro Home Services has been the AC experts. From tune-ups to installation to 24/7 emergency repairs, nobody helps you keep your cool like Petro. It's a promise, the Petro Promise. Need a new system? Take advantage of our special financing offers. Call to get a quote today.
The applause is not the end. It's the start of a new era filled with greater appreciation for all we hold dear, like our loved ones, our freedoms, and our health. In this new dawn, Northwell is here to safeguard your health, making sure you can get the care you need when you need it, with smart safety precautions in place designed to protect you. Let's take back control of our health, safely, confidently, together. Visit northwell.edu/safecare.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees with showers. Tonight, thunderstorms likely. Low 69. Chance of rain 80%. Saturday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 87. Chance of rain 50%. Saturday night, clear skies. Low 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Talk about some squally weather coming through Cancun, Mexico. Yucatan Peninsula really got hit hard. Depending on where you were exactly in the Yucatan, you had basically 48 hours of really bad rains. Cancun itself, all the way at the tip of the Yucatan, was more just these afternoon squalls of thunderstorms with all this wind. Yes, it's tied to the circulation with Cristobal, but not near the center of Cristobal at all. And that's kind of a hint of what might still be to come for those of you with U.S. interests, because this thing's headed north towards us. It is not going to have the worst of the impacts near the center necessarily. It's the east side that's going to be heavily loaded. The bulk of the rain and the thunderstorm activity are here on that east side of the storm. Florida already seeing showers and thunderstorms just off your west coast. And with this moving north, expect that tropical moisture feed to continue to go north towards Florida, towards Alabama, towards Mississippi. And yeah, Louisiana, we're looking at you because with that north movement, as of the latest advisory, moving north at 14, the center is going to come towards Louisiana. But that's not where all the impacts will go. So you'll hear us repeat this a couple more times just to try to get that to sink in, that it's not just a forecast of the center that matters. It's where all the impacts go. Right now, again, you see all those thunderstorms on that northeast side. Important to keep in mind, overnight is actually a pretty important time in the tropics. While you think about storms kind of fizzling out on land overnight, you obviously see a big blow up of thunderstorm action in the overnight hours. And so this might be the beginning of that. You see this cluster that's coming across the north edge. We'll see if this can hold on. If that little next surge of thunderstorm action can stay near the center, that'll be yet another sign of some organization and some strengthening. There has been some strengthening today, 45-mile-per-hour top wind speed now. As seen by the NOAA aircraft and the Air Force hurricane hunters that have been surveying the storm, they helped confirm that 45-mile-per-hour wind. Remember, back before the first landfall in Mexico, it was 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that is the forecast again. Right here, Sunday morning, forecast to be a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm somewhere off that northern Gulf of Mexico coastline. Sunday evening, interacting with land, forecast of the winds comes down to 50, and then that core does go through the rest of Louisiana, north towards Little Rock. Where that center goes does matter. There's going to be a core of tropical moisture, heavier rains. The Mississippi River to the north there, still in flood stage, and so that matters. Extra rainfall coming in because of that. Tornado threat because of the extra spin. So all these things do come into play with regards to where the center goes, but not all the impacts stay right near the center. The worst of the winds, anywhere from, say, the western Florida Panhandle back through Mobile Bay to Gulfport, Mississippi, to Biloxi, New Orleans, Grand Isle, all in tropical storm warnings, meaning tropical storm force winds are anticipated within the next 24 hours or so. You got to rush those preparations to completion. Make sure you know where the batteries are. Make sure you know where some food is that doesn't need power in case the power goes out, but also you got to know where the water rise is going to go, and the shape of the coast matters so much. You get all this wind pushing that water towards the bowl there from southeast Louisiana towards Mississippi. That holds the water in, so an easier time to get a water rise there. But it's a big system, so it's going to be moving the Gulf of Mexico waters on the east side of the Gulf of Mexico also. So a storm surge watch, Apalachicola to Cedar Key and around the Big Bend, you could have the water rise considerably there also. Where the rains really start coming down, we could have flooding. Flood watches over southeast Louisiana, around Lake Pontchartrain, Biloxi, Gulfport, and I keep calling out those same areas. That's where we could see this corridor right in here of, let's say, 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 inches of rain. Combine that with some river flooding. The rivers can't exit towards the Gulf as easily because you have that onshore flow, so you'll have that chance for some flooding because of that, and at least some wave action, so some coastal flooding is a potential also around Lake Pontchartrain, back towards Mobile Bay. These are, areas that are more susceptible to that very thing when you have a wind direction like is forecast here. Carl, I think power outages are going to be underestimated on this one. It's only going to be a tropical storm, but enough wind and enough rain will knock down the trees for sure.
Yeah, a long-duration wind event and plenty of very heavy rain to soften up the soil and loosen up those tree systems, the root systems there. So we certainly could be looking at significant power outages. And I wanted to show you the model forecast to show you exactly how this is going to play out. There may be some variation here, but this is the thrust of it. This is basically how it's going to be, and the models have been pretty consistent over the last couple of days. So here we go into Saturday evening, and we're starting to see the weather really coming on shore. We're starting to see the winds picking up. These bands of rain are beginning to move into southern Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, starting to get up into northwest Florida as well. You see that weather well away from the center. I mean, hundreds of miles away from the center across and into northern Florida. There we go into Sunday morning, and at this time, we're really starting to see a much stronger push of wind and waves and water. We're going to be looking at a high tide around the middle of the morning on Sunday morning, and you've got this maximum onshore push right at that time. So that's going to be a really critical period Sunday morning there in southeast Louisiana, southern parts of Mississippi in particular, and also in the Big Bend area of Florida, as Mark mentioned. Then the storm continues to push in. Sunday evening, we've got very heavy rain coming down. We're still looking at an onshore flow around Biloxi and over towards Mobile. And then it continues to push up into the lower Mississippi Valley. By the time we move into Monday morning, we've still got an onshore flow. We've still got strong winds. So because it is a large system, it's going to be a long duration event. Even though it's not the most intense system in the world, it's going to be quite a beating because it's going to go on for quite some time. And we're going to have much more on this dangerous storm coming up in just a few minutes right here on the Weather Channel.
And we've upgraded her with the sonic shield and holographic mapping drones.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver and get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. As usual.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At Domino's, we think you and your oven could use a break. Ours are running at 450 degrees, and your pizza stays untouched from here to your table. Use contactless carryout to get 3-topping pizzas on any of Domino's 5 crusts for just $7.99 each.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water. Look for kids packs from Nestle Pure Life. Fun designs and a perfect size just for your kids.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. What's in your wallet?
These are extraordinary times, and we want to thank the extraordinary people in the healthcare community working to care for all of us. At Novartis, we promise to do our part. As always, we're doing everything we can to help keep Cosentyx accessible and affordable. If you have any questions at all, call us, email us, visit us online. We're here to help support you when you need us. Take care and be well. To learn more, call 1-844-COSENTYX or visit Cosentyx.com.
Frito-Lay Variety Packs presents Totally Unrealistic, Never Gonna Happen in a Million Years Mom Fantasies.
Mother, thank you for planning such an enriching camping trip for us.
Please accept this as a token of our appreciation.
Now let us sing to you.
This'll never happen, but this might.
There's like no reception.
I'm not cheering to 10. Ew, bugs!
Dibs on the Fritos!
Frito-Lay Variety Packs, packed with possibilities.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. So start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
In this time of social distancing, when taking a break from everyday life is critical to everyone's health, there is one thing we can all do together. Complete the 2020 census. Your responses are critical to plan for the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Let's make a difference together by taking a few minutes to go online to 2020census.gov. It's for the well-being of your community. It will help shape America's future.
Love. It's what we've always said makes Subaru, Subaru. And right now, love is more important than ever. In response to COVID-19, Subaru and our retailers are donating 50 million meals to Feeding America to help feed those who now need our help. It's all part of our commitment to our communities through Subaru Loves to Help. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Well, parts of Mexico still struggling with wind and rain and more from Cristobal. More than 2 feet of rain in some portions of northern Mexico near the Yucatan Peninsula, brought people out of their homes. There were some evacuations occurring, and there is still some more rain across that area right now. I want to welcome everyone back in as we are tracking Cristobal live tonight. This tropical storm gaining strength as it moves through that Gulf of Mexico and heading north on a path towards the U.S. Gulf Coast. Now, people are getting ready, and that is important. From the coast to parts, portions inland, people in southern Louisiana are preparing, including boaters on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain.
Well, here on Lake Pontchartrain, we're heavily influenced by the tides. This is a tidal basin, and when we get storms approaching from the east, it pushes water up into the lake. And as that happens, that prevents the water trying to get into the lake from getting out of the lake. So therefore, we have localized flooding.
So that's a good reason why there are flood advisories, storm surge warnings up in those areas. Let's go into the latest details, the kind of the nitty-gritty, so you know what to expect with this storm. We're going to go into the lab where storm specialist Carl Parker is standing by. Carl.
Well, Mark, it looks like we're going to be dealing with a tropical storm. It's one that's very large, and for that reason, the impacts are going to be felt far and wide, anywhere from Louisiana all the way across into Florida. A huge area being impacted by rain and wind and surge over the next few days here as this large storm slowly moves along to the north. Right now, a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm. We got a new advisory at 10 p.m. Central, and so it's up just a little bit in terms of intensity, and that's basically what we've been expecting all along. When you've got a really large system, and especially one that's being impacted by some things, including dry air on the west side, you see the absence of clouds on the west side of the circulation. When you've got a really large system that's got some things that are bothering it, then it's going to take a little time for it to get stronger, and it's basically going to run out of time as it comes in on Sunday. We can't completely rule out it getting to hurricane intensity, but at this point, all the model guidance has been very consistent, and again, because of those factors that I mentioned, it looks like we are most likely going to be dealing with a tropical storm. But keep in mind, because it is so large, this cone is only showing you where the center is likely to go. And the reason why the cone expands over time is because the average forecast error also increases over time. That's the reason why the circles essentially are getting bigger along those points. But we're going to be looking at impacts that are well out to the east, hundreds of miles out to the east relative to that cone, including a lot of very heavy rain. You can actually see that really clearly in the satellite imagery. So here's the center of circulation right in there. I mean, you're talking about 300, 400, 500 miles out to the east here where you've got all kinds of weather, which will be affecting much of Florida through the weekend. A lot of heavy rain, especially from, say, Lake City into Tallahassee, into Pensacola, into Mobile, and then over into Biloxi and New Orleans. 3 to 5 inches in the areas in yellow, but as much as 5 to 8 in the areas in orange. And as we just heard there at the top of the segment, as we're seeing a big onshore push of water, the water is also simultaneously going to be trying to run back out into the ocean as we get very heavy rain inland, and that is only going to add to that coastal flood threat. So it's going to be very serious, we think, across a lot of the region, and just a huge area of strong winds moving up and along the coast. And that means a very real probability of a storm surge there across the northern Gulf Coast, in addition to the wind threat and the heavy rain threat. And meteorologist Mike Seidel has the latest from Grand Isle, Louisiana.
We're still about 2 days away from the landfall of Tropical Storm Cristobal. It's now back in the Gulf of Mexico. It's steaming this way, and we expect a landfall sometime Sunday evening or Sunday night, and it could be right here in Grand Isle. This is a barrier island about 2 hours south of New Orleans. No stranger to tropical activity. In fact, on average, about every 2.3 years, they get a brush by from either a hurricane or a tropical storm, and a direct hit from a hurricane about every 6.2 years. So they're used to this stuff. Meanwhile, the surf gradually rolling in. High tides, by the way, Sunday, late morning, late evening. That's a key on the timing of the landfall. And we'll start to see the swell arrive, the waves out ahead of the system tomorrow and tomorrow night. And by Sunday, we could be looking at 15 to 20 footers. Storm surge values predicted here 2 to 4 feet. And there's a tropical storm warning up, of course, for here and also the city of New Orleans. So the major impacts rolling in beginning tomorrow night and certainly through Sunday night and even Monday morning, leftover rain and a strong south wind. Because of that, there was a mandatory evacuation for Grand Isle. That kicks in at 6 a.m. on Saturday morning.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. And again, we're talking about an enormous area of weather that's going to affect areas from Louisiana all the way into Florida. In Grand Isle, Louisiana, very strong winds getting stronger by the hour during the day tomorrow.
With my hepatitis C, I felt I couldn't be at my best for my family. In only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured.
I faced reminders of my Hep C every day.
I worried about my Hep C.
But in only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured.
Mavyret is the only 8-week cure for all types of Hep C. Before starting Mavyret, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take. Don't take Mavyret with anizanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. If you've had or have serious liver problems other than Hep C, there's a rare chance they may worsen. Signs of serious liver problems may include yellowing of the skin, abdominal pain or swelling, confusion, and unexplained bleeding or bruising. Tell your doctor if you develop symptoms of liver disease. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
With Hep C behind me, I feel free.
Fearless.
Because I am cured.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
You want a fresh-smelling home, but some air fresheners use heavy, overwhelming scents. Try Febreze One, a range of innovative air fresheners with no heavy perfumes that you can feel good about using in your home to deliver a light, natural-smelling freshness. Febreze One neutralizes stale, stuffy odors and releases a subtle hint of fragrance, like bamboo or lavender and eucalyptus. To eliminate odors with no heavy perfumes, try Febreze One. Brand power helping you buy better.
Look! The Jolly Rancher gummies are about to hatch.
I heard they taste just as intense as Jolly Ranchers.
Welcome to the world, new Jolly Rancher gummies.
Is mealtime a struggle? Introducing Ore-Ida Potato Pay, where Ore-Ida Golden Crinkles are your crispy currency to pay for bites of this with this. When kids won't eat dinner, potato pay them too. Ore-Ida, win at mealtime.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water. Look for kids packs from Nestle Pure Life. Fun designs and a perfect size just for your kids.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you're healthy. Naked.
The CPRA, working with the Corps of Engineers and all of our levee districts and local governments, are monitoring 689 gates across coastal Louisiana, including those along the river. Since Wednesday, another 44 gates have been closed, bringing the total of closed gates to 201. They are coordinating with Slipva East and Slipva West, Plaquemines Parish, Grand Isle, Lafitte, on their floodgate closures in the greater New Orleans area. And we are pre-positioning flood fighting assets, super sacks, and sandbags in low-lying areas vulnerable to flooding. It is not too late to get a game plan. So I'm encouraging people, if they haven't done so, to get a game plan. You can go to getagameplan.org.
So they are preparing across Louisiana. We've been seeing those kind of press conferences and updates for residents there for the past couple of days. And that trend is going to continue because, let's face it, we've got a tropical storm that's headed towards Louisiana. Here's some of the latest information for you. 45-mile-per-hour top wind speed. That's ticked up a bit from earlier today. Moving north at 14 miles per hour. That's ticked up a little bit from earlier today, but that motion is still the same. 440 miles or so from the mouth of the Mississippi River. Right now, all of the thunderstorm action remains on that east side. There's been a little flare-up of action near the center to the north just a bit. We'll see if that's a fleeting flare-up of shower and thunderstorm activity or if that has some staying power through the night. As for where we go from here, look at the forecast. Going north and shifting west just a little bit, but still a strong tropical storm is in the mix. 60-mile-per-hour winds by Sunday morning and still tangling with those stronger winds even after interacting with land later on Sunday. That core then goes up through Arkansas, and then continuing up through the Midwest by Monday into Tuesday. And that core will bring some heavier rain. It'll bring some spin and a tornado threat, even well inland. Remember, the tropical storm warnings go well outside that cone. The cone is only for where the center goes. The wind will be in Gulfport. It'll be in Mobile. It'll be in Pensacola. The heavy rain then continues well east from there, going all the way through the Florida Panhandle and North Florida with potentially flooding rains. It's an east-loaded storm system. It's not just about where the center goes. The wind will also bring up the water. Storm surge warnings are in place across southeast Louisiana into portions of Mississippi. Storm surge watch is as far away as the Florida Big Bend, so well away from the center. I got a question just a second ago on Twitter from @GeraldLloyd asking about the full moon and how that will impact that water rise and how much surge will be there. And the full moon does have an effect. Even now, we're seeing some areas that have 2.5 feet of water on top of the normally dry ground, higher than where you would anticipate water being at this point. That is partially because we're already seeing an onshore flow, but more than that, it's because of that full moon. The full moon's tonight. So the moon is going to have an impact here. Here's a look at the Grand Isle tide cycle, and this Sunday morning high tide is going to be a crucial one. Onshore flow just a couple of days past the full moon, so a higher high tide than it otherwise would be, and then you've got all the impacts from the storm as well. So great question there. You can think about adding another foot or two on top of the flood forecast than say if this were at a new moon and not at a full moon. So that does play a role. It does that is in the forecast. It's kind of baked in, and so it's something to keep in mind. Those numbers do account for where the, basically the tide should be, considering where the moon is right now. Based on the current forecast track, New Orleans is in that swath. No sign of tropical trouble here yet, but it is that calm before the storm. And now is the time to make sure you're prepared for any damaging winds, flooding, and power outages as the Louisiana coast is under that tropical storm warning, the storm surge warning, and the flood watch through the weekend. Hurricane Katrina in 2005 shined the light on how devastating a tropical system can be for New Orleans. The city has made drastic improvements to its levee system since Katrina, but the question is always, is it enough for the next storm?
New Orleans sits close to the hurricane-prone Gulf, surrounded by water and dissected by canals. And worse, much of the city sits below sea level. New Orleans is built in a bowl. Once water comes into the city, it has nowhere to go, trapping residents and making evacuation almost impossible. That can lead to a large loss of life. The Army Corps of Engineers has implemented a risk reduction system, but it is not a risk elimination system. During Katrina, storm surge rushed into the city when flood walls failed, drowning the lower 9th Ward with water up to roofs. Today, it would be different.
These walls should stand, but a strong hurricane coming at just the wrong angle can produce storm surge even higher than these massive walls. Water would pour into the city even without a levee failure, and the calculation is a wrong Category 2 hurricane could be enough to do it. As neighborhoods like the lower 9th Ward rebuild behind the flood walls, there's a new and surprising worry. Officials' biggest concern is complacency. The city hasn't seen a large storm since Katrina, and they are worried people will find reasons not to listen to evacuation orders. Residents need to evacuate, but evacuating isn't easy in the Big Easy. One estimate is that it could take 44 hours to get everybody out of New Orleans and to clear the roads. So if there are evacuations ordered, make sure you listen to them. We're not anticipating a lot of them in New Orleans, but we are anticipating some nasty weather. The rain and the wind really increasing through the weekend, lingering into Monday, if not Monday night, and then back to your typical pop-up storm regime by Tuesday. Even at this hour, we're still getting some new updates in from the National Weather Service offices. Look how much further inland the tropical storm warnings have been extended. Now north of Lake Pontchartrain all the way west to Baton Rouge, as that forecast of the center is getting more certain and the timeline is getting shorter, more areas will be put under those tropical storm conditions. Here's a look at how the European model sees that playing out. Here's our weekend, rain arriving sometime Saturday, really picking up on Sunday. The worst of the rain and the wind go through the southeast Louisiana and Mississippi early Sunday night, but even into Monday, we could have quite the core of rain, especially on that east side of the storm system. So that is something that we'll watch, and we'll continue to follow that inland flooding, inland tornado threat will continue into Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll be right back.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Buchamug.
Cut.
Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
A migraine hope from Aimovig to show up for the sweet, the hectic, the tender, the tense, the frustrating, and the fiery. But for many, migraine keeps them from saying, I am here. We aim to change that with Aimovig, a preventive treatment for migraine in adults. One dose once a month is proven to reduce monthly migraine days, for some by half or more. Don't take Aimovig if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or swelling can happen hours to days after use. Severe constipation can happen, sometimes with serious complications. Common side effects include injection site reactions and constipation. It doesn't matter what each day brings, so long as you can say, I am here. Aim to be there more. Talk to your doctor about Aimovig.
Domino's is serious about food safety. That's why your pizza stays untouched after baking at 450 degrees. And now that every delivery is contactless, you can safely mix and match any two or more for just $5.99 each when you sit around the table, even if it's not the same table.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water. Look for kids packs from Nestle Pure Life. Fun designs and a perfect size just for your kids.
When you eat Reese's for dessert, is it over too fast? Well, then chill your Reese's. You'll eat it slower. I wouldn't know. I swallow mine whole. Like a duck. Not sorry, Reese.
Spectrum Mobile is now the fastest growing mobile provider in the nation, growing faster than Verizon and AT&T, and even growing faster than T-Mobile. It's easy to see why. Spectrum delivers the fastest overall speeds and is the most reliable mobile service coast to coast. There are no contracts, added taxes, or fees. Switch and you could save up to 40% and see why Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing mobile provider. Learn more at spectrummobile.com.
I found a way to relieve my constipation that's both gentle and fast.
New great tasting Dalcolac soft juice works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac soft juice.
Doing the things we love can be painful. Aspercream's triple effect provides targeted relief, works in minutes, lasts for hours. Love hurts. Aspercream works.
Planet had to explain itself.
explore the strange phenomena of our weird Earth. Next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees. Tonight, thunderstorms likely, low 69. Chance of rain, 80%. Saturday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon, high 87. Chance of rain, 50%. Saturday night, clear skies, low 64. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, some amazing video from Cancun, Mexico of our tropical storm, or more specifically, thunderstorms within this tropical storm. A couple of things to note about this. One is turn your camera sideways. I don't know why people shoot vertical video. We want to see more of what's going on. The other is that it was probably not anything like this for the better part of the day there in Cancun. What happens with a big tropical system is you've got stronger winds aloft, and so when bands of thunderstorms come through, what they do is they tap into that stronger wind aloft, and so for a period of time, as the storms are coming through, it looks pretty bad, but then things improve as the storms move out. So you have these sort of bouts of heavier rain. That's the thing you watch for when you've got a tropical storm moving in. You watch for the bands of rain because you know when they come in, that's when you're going to be seeing the stronger winds moving in as well. You know, one of the most deadly parts of a tropical storm or hurricane is not the wind, it's the storm surge. And hurricane expert Dr. Rick Nebb joins us with a look at what kinds of surge we can expect from this storm.
It has been a very long week in southern Mexico and Central America. Flooding rains that have turned deadly, and now large tropical storm Cristobal is going to make its move across the Gulf of Mexico this weekend, bringing to our coastline and to inland areas a number of wind and especially water impacts. One of them is storm surge. It's saltwater flooding coming onto normally dry ground. One of the reasons we're so vulnerable in the Gulf of Mexico is the shape of the coastline. I mean, look at that concave shape that allows it to behave kind of like a catcher's mitt and captures the water that is pushed northward on the east side of the storm. But even more than that, we have this very wide continental shelf. The distance between the beach and when it finally starts getting deep is very wide. And so when the water is pushed toward the coastline, it's more apt to continue on and go on to normally dry ground. A more narrow continental shelf, we'd be seeing more breaking waves at the coastline. So we're very vulnerable throughout the entire Gulf of Mexico to storm surge. Now, you throw a large tropical storm into the mix, you don't even need a hurricane to produce life-threatening saltwater flooding. Watch how large this system is going to be, and it's going to be lopsided with most of the winds and the water on the east side. Look at that distance between the center of circulation and the west coast of Florida. It's going to be this expansive wind field, a long fetch, pushing the salt water northward into the north central and northeastern Gulf of Mexico. A lot of big waves out in the Gulf, large swells propagating northward, and then when the system gets close to landfall, if the onshore push is timed with high tide, that's when we could have a maximum in storm surge flooding that could exceed that roughly 3-foot threshold where it's life-threatening. Now, because of the large size of the system, we're going to see persistent onshore flow that could create some amount of saltwater flooding all the way from Louisiana down to the southwest coast of Florida. But the areas that we're most concerned about would be southeast Louisiana and portions of the Mississippi coastline and that oh so vulnerable Big Bend area of Florida where the waters are so shallow and it just catches the water with the shape of that coastline. Now, what do you do in the face of these storm surge and coastal flooding hazards? You get out when local officials tell you to go.
Or as we say, run from the water and hide from the wind. And in this case, there's not going to be a terrific amount of wind, but it is going to be a long duration event. The wind really starts coming in tomorrow, picks up through the evening, goes through the day on Sunday, and then even into Monday along the Gulf Coast there, because this is such a large system. Now, we did get a new advisory about an hour ago, now a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm, so up just a notch from 40 miles per hour. Slow strengthening is exactly what we're expecting out of the system because it is very large. When you've got a big sprawling system like this, they tend to intensify very slowly and also weaken very slowly. When they're smaller, they can ramp up really quickly and they can also dissipate very quickly. So in this case, because it's very large, because there's also a lot of dry air, you see the absence of cloud on the west side of the circulation, because of all these different things, it is likely going to be a tropical storm as it comes in on Sunday. There is some chance that it gets a little bit stronger. We don't want to rule that out. You never want to say never in tropical weather, but at this point, most of the evidence is pointing towards a strong tropical storm. But again, a really large one, and for that reason, a lot of impacts affecting a wide area over the next few days here. There you see the center of circulation. The cone is showing you where the center of circulation is going to go, and that is most likely going to be Louisiana, coming in as perhaps a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm, maybe a little bit stronger than that. And then here you see the center that is now just north of the Yucatan and Mexico, but then all of that weather that is well away from that center, a good 500 miles away from that center. So this is what we mean by a very, very large storm. And I want to show you the model forecast to show you how all this is probably going to play out. We go into the middle of the day on Sunday. We're really starting to see this thing come in. So conditions going downhill during the day tomorrow. Some pretty strong winds by late tomorrow in Louisiana and Mississippi and into Alabama and Northwest Florida. But here we see this maximum push of onshore flow coinciding with the high tide there in southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi on Sunday morning. So that is really going to be the one to watch out for when we're seeing that maximum feed of wind coming onshore, and also a big push of water as well, and very heavy rain, which is going to add to that coastal flood threat. So a lot of threats here. We're going to be with you all weekend long covering this very dangerous storm. We're going to have more on this coming up in just a few minutes.
Power to lower my blood sugar and A1C.
Because I can still make my own insulin, and Trulicity activates my body to release it, like it's supposed to. Once weekly Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It's not insulin. It starts acting from the first dose, and it lowers risk of heart attack, stroke, or death in people with known heart disease or multiple risk factors.
Trulicity isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, belly pain, and decreased appetite, which lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. We're committed to helping ensure Trulicity is available and affordable. Learn more at Trulicity.com.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Is mealtime a struggle? Introducing Ore-Ida Potato Pay, where Ore-Ida Golden Crinkles are your crispy currency to pay for bites of this with this. When kids won't eat dinner, potato pay them too. Ore-Ida, win at mealtime.
Well, this was unexpected, but here we are, home, wondering how we'll get through this. But it's the simple moments that lift us. The dinners around the table, the conversations. For 150 years, we at Nestle have been grateful to be a part of those moments when we shine and laugh and realize we'll get through this together.
Do you know why I love Coffee Mate? Well, it's triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee. Think I love Coffee Mate too much? No, impossible. Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
If this is how you up your shirt's airflow, shoot the Breeze instead. Breeze Shooter shirts with tiny vent tech. Only at Duluth stores and DuluthTrading.com.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However, you healthy? Naked.
There are so many toothpastes out there. Which one should I use?
Try Crest Proactive Defense. It neutralizes bacteria for a healthier mouth than even the leading multi-benefit toothpaste. Crest.
I'm Carl Parker, and we are watching a tropical storm which is headed towards the northern Gulf Coast. It's going to begin to affect the coast starting tomorrow and then really step up into tomorrow evening and Sunday. Right now, a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm, a very large circulation. It's going to stay that way right through the weekend. That's going to mean a long-duration event. Expected to become a strong tropical storm. We can't rule out something stronger, but at this point, most of the evidence is pointing towards that. But when you look at that cone where the center of circulation is going to go and the rainfall forecast, you can see that a lot of heavy rain is going to be hundreds and hundreds of miles from that center of circulation. An absolutely enormous wind field here, and with that large wind field, we're going to be looking at piling up of the water, and that's going to coincide with several high tide cycles. So we're looking at a storm surge threat here of 2 to 4 feet in southern Louisiana, 3 to 5 as you get up into southeast Louisiana, and 2 to 4 feet in the Big Bend area of Florida. One of the most critical times is going to be Sunday morning as we see very strong onshore flow right along that with that high tide on Sunday morning. So the tropical storm force winds coming in late on Saturday, continuing to move up and through Louisiana into Sunday morning. And this is a look at the timing of that. You see it starting to step up going into Saturday morning, continuing to get stronger into the evening. And by Sunday morning, very strong winds, very heavy rain, and a serious storm surge threat. We'll have complete coverage on the storm starting tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
That is some serious right there, boy.
In almost every corner of the earth.
It's gonna hit the shock. Watch out.
Every moment of every day.
Damn. Oh my God.
Cameras are rolling on the most heart-stopping, gut-wrenching, awe-inspiring.
This is insane.
Weather out there.
We don't really know how to react.
Look at that, dude.
So we wind up mesmerized.
You can't pull away.